guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more Democratic lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. He again stated he was the best qualified person to lead the Democratic ticket in November's election, and he said there was only one situation in which he would consider dropping out.
Earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
Everyone was watching for gaffes. There was one in which he mixed up his own vice president with his rival Donald Trump.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
And he showed determination to stay in the race, despite many Democrats doubting he's got what it takes.
How the next 2 weeks go, will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out. For the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway.
In other news, organisers of the Bitcoin 2024 conference have announced that Donald Trump will speak at the event this month in the US state of Tennessee. The former president continues to present himself as a cryptocurrency booster, as FSN's Ira Spitzer reports.
The news that Donald Trump will headline the Bitcoin event in Nashville on July 27th is the latest sign of strengthening ties between the former president and the crypto industry. Trump has been critical of the Biden administration's attempts to regulate crypto, a sector which has had a dramatic few years with the collapse of the crypto exchange FTX as well as record high Bitcoin prices. Trump's 2024 election platform, released earlier in the week, calls for boosting both cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence. Cryptocurrency executives also met with Biden administration officials earlier this week to discuss their concerns.
Texas hospitals in the city of Houston are backed up, and ambulances are waiting for hours to drop off new patients. All of this in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. More than 1 million customers in the state are still without power in sweltering heat, and heat-related emergencies are rising. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the agonies of America's Democratic Party continuing to play out in public as Joe Biden faces fresh calls for him to quit the country's presidential race. David Smith is Washington bureau chief for The Guardian.
There are very few Democrats who actually have malice or dislike of Joe Biden. They're so grateful to him for all these decades of service and not least defeating Donald Trump in 2020. So it's very painful to now turn around and say, he is not the man. Thomas Friedman, who's a New York Times columnist who's very friendly with Biden, he wrote a column saying that he watched that TV debate and then he sat on the edge of his bed and wept. There was something tragic, almost Shakespearean tragedy about Biden just reaching this age and losing that capacity in their view. It's divisive, it's paralyzing for the party. There's still no clear answer, because if you listen to Joe Biden's speech in Washington at the start of the NATO summit, his voice was strong and clear. It was a bit more of that old Biden again. He has good days and bad days. I think his critics fear the bad days are becoming more frequent, but the party is very torn and divided over this, really, without a clear-cut answer, and that's a great opportunity for Donald Trump.
The president insists he is soldiering on and has now scheduled a 1-hour interview with NBC News next Monday, but the pace of events makes that seem like a long way off. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he's refused to suspend his re-election bid, despite more Democrat lawmakers raising concerns. Organisers of the Bitcoin 2024 conference have announced Donald Trump will speak at the event this month, and hospitals are backed up in the city of Houston as a result of the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, just like that, we cross over the midnight hour. Well, in the East time zone. How about that? Welcome, welcome. What day is it? Already Friday. That's right, TGIF. So welcome aboard. Gather around. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Cloudy night outside the secret bunker. Actually had a little shower rumble through here about an hour or so ago. There's not a whole lot happening out there tonight. For the first time in a long time, a relatively quiet night for most of the country. So should be a great night for moving that freight out there for all you night owls that like to avoid the daytime traffic. You'll find a few spotty showers out there, as I mentioned, one little cluster there north of us, up toward the Dayton, Springfield, Ohio area. It's been kind of falling apart. Yeah, we've got a few spotty showers along the East Coast. Those showers are kind of moving in the opposite direction. Normally things progress from west to east across the country. Yeah, got a little disturbance off the coast, and these showers are kind of moving almost due north and westerly, northwest. There are some flood watches in places. They're anticipating maybe some heavy rains. Eastern North Carolina, eastern portions of Virginia, on up into the southern half of New Jersey, anticipating possibly some frequent rounds of showers and thunderstorms. Meanwhile, the excessive heat warnings continue for much of the western USA. Yeah, things getting a little cooler finally in the Pacific Northwest. The advisories have been dropped for all of Washington, about the northern half of Oregon. And we'll give you more over the weekend as the heat out west is going to finally begin to shift eastward. We're still looking at heat advisories in and around the Houston area. Wow, as the frustrations continue to mount in southeastern Texas. Residents there, a fourth consecutive days of crippling power outages combined with heat, the combination that has proven very dangerous and at times deadly. Some folks struggling to access food, gas, medical care. Yeah, the number was still at 1.3 million across the region without power as from Hurricane Beryl on Monday. Many folks are sheltering with friends or family who still have power, but some can't afford to leave their homes. Houston City Councilman Julian Ramirez spoke to CNN and said while countless families have lost food in their warming refrigerators, many stores are still closed, leaving government offices, food banks, and other public services scrambling to distribute food to the underserved areas especially. These folks have no choice but to stay home and tough it out as residents desperately try to cool their homes with generators. Carbon monoxide poisoning has become a serious concern. At least 2 have died in Harris County from carbon monoxide poisoning. Fire departments have received more than 200 carbon monoxide poisoning calls in 24 hours, according to officials. A 71-year-old woman passed near Crystal Beach after her oxygen machine ran out of battery power and her generator shut down. While officials say the woman's official cause of death has not yet been determined, they are renewing calls for residents to check on their loved ones and their neighbors. If you're wondering if someone's okay, if you think you have the medically necessary equipment that has a battery that needs to be charged, don't risk it. Call 911. Heat-related emergencies, meanwhile, are spiking in the Houston area as the 90-degree temperatures blanket southeastern Texas. The heat index, how it feels on the skin under the heat and humidity, reaching as high as 106 degrees. The dangerous heat has not been limited to Texas, of course. At least 28 heat-related deaths in the West have been reported since the 1st of July as the heat wave continues to bake areas in the West. Essential operations like hospitals and senior living homes have been prioritized to restore power for the medically necessary medical equipment. Some Houston hospitals are at risk of overcrowding as they can't release patients to homes that don't have power, prompting city officials to organize overflow beds in an indoor sports stadium. According to the lieutenant governor this past day, 9 fire stations in Houston have closed and relocated because they didn't have generators. Even as the emergency calls continue to flood in, animal rescue teams and pet owners have been working overtime trying to protect our fuzzy companions. As miserable conditions persist, Houston area residents are growing increasingly frustrated with CenterPoint Energy, the primary utility company that's responsible for restoring the vast majority of outages. Almost universally, people have lost patience with CenterPoint, according to Councilman Ramirez. Anger is spreading among residents who say that the utility should have been more prepared for this. CenterPoint can't seem to tell us how long this is going to last. Yeah, the first outage we experienced in May, I was without power for 4 or 5 days, and I think that was pretty common. This one, who knows? It could be longer, but they're not telling us, said one resident. Noting the widespread anger, Ramirez also pointed out new street art in Houston, a graffiti tag on Interstate 10 that says Center Pointless with dollar signs. Across social media, residents criticizing CenterPoint's power outage map, saying there are inaccuracies on the map where it says power is restored, but it's not. City Council grilled a CenterPoint executive on Wednesday, asking why the company hasn't done more to prepare for storms. CenterPoint's vice president of electric distribution and power said they've never seen an incident to this magnitude and described it as the largest outage in our history. Trying to say we've made solid progress, we've exceeded the number of customer restorations following Hurricane Ike, but we've got a lot of work ahead, especially in the hardest hit areas. Senior care facilities, those who rely on electric medical devices, are particularly at risk as these outages stretch to at least the end of this week. Here it is Friday. Right now, trying to keep the generators up to power essential things for cooking and oxygen tanks, according to one senior living home. One resident says, I try to understand because I know there's a million other people feeling the same way that I do. But a little bit acknowledging we're a high priority place at these senior living centers. It's ridiculous. Our number, 844-844-3388. Not weather-related, but also in the Houston area, kind of adding insult to injury for all that is going on and the suffering there. A Harris County deputy sheriff responding to a call regarding an armed robbery Wednesday night was shot and killed. Shortly after 10 o'clock p.m., a 28-year-old deputy, Fernando Escueda, shot and killed after responding to the emergency call. The sheriff believes this deputy was ambushed. He was shot after locating and investigating a suspicious vehicle believed to be involved in the 911 call. Hours after the murder, the Harris County Sheriff has named 44-year-old Ronnie Palmer as a person of interest in this incident and in the capital murder of Escueda. Palmer was already wanted for aggravated assault from a prior incident. They tell us a manhunt is underway for Palmer there, the search being led by the Harris County Sheriff's Office, including other state, federal, and local law enforcement officers. It also includes the Harris County Sheriff's Office SWAT team. Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez hosted a press conference posted by KHOU this past day where he gave more details about the incident leading up to the murder of the deputy, who was a 5-year veteran of the department. According to Gonzalez, his department received an emergency call after an altercation Wednesday evening at a local pizza restaurant involving a customer and an employee in his early 20s. The customer was angry about an incorrect order. They got in a scuffle at the establishment. The sheriff said the suspect struck the employee with a pistol, causing bodily injury. After arriving to investigate the call, Deputy Escueda located a suspicious vehicle several miles from the establishment and began examining the vehicle when he was struck by gunfire. We believe he was ambushed. Now, Gonzalez says fellow deputies located the wounded deputy, transported him to a Houston hospital, where he was almost immediately pronounced deceased. The sheriff issued a heartfelt statement regarding the loss of the deputy. We mourn the loss of Harris County Sheriff Office Deputy Fernando Escueda, who tragically passed away after being shot while protecting our community. So he was dedicated to protecting and serving the residents of Harris County. We pray with Deputy Escueda's family, friends, and colleagues during this incredibly difficult time. This past day, Governor Abbott also issued a statement on the death of the deputy. But like I said, to add insult to injury with all that's going on, all the suffering there in Harris County, now law enforcement distracted even further with the manhunt that is underway. Get to your calls coming up here on a Friday, TGIF. It's 844-844-3388. First, who we got checking in? Facebook, up and running. Philly Man, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. There's Country a Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. The rains have finally stopped. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Hello, Marianne. Good morning to the Overnight crew. Everybody have a great weekend. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, or the Overnight Drive's going to run you over. The frequency waves are hammered down. 844-844-3388. That's the numbers to hit to get your frequency vibes out over the airways. Don't be a scarecrow. Be part of the show. Maybe Vice President Trump will call in. Ha ha. It's TGIF. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Hello to Miss Millie. Let's see. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight crew. Gabby says thank you to everyone for the birthday wishes. She had an awesome day. Everybody have a great weekend. Get to your destinations or home safely. All be blessed. This lady's going to try to get a good night's sleep. All right. Thank you, Miss Millie. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 73 degrees tonight. Wallkill, New York. It's back to Schenectady tonight. Then we'll reload in Wilmington, Delaware for our Monday morning. Hello to Joe. Joe Self. Morning, Steve. All the Overnight Drive listeners. It's been a while since he's checked in. 66 degrees here in Flintstone, Maryland tonight. They've got a Flintstone there as well. Everybody have a good night. Braden Dad, good morning. Happy Monday to me. 72, humid as it is. Feels like 79. Let's see. Dingbat did send you her Heroes of the Week. Yes, I got those. Things are going to be changing as we had our job bids today, and I'm now back on the extra board, which means I have no schedule, as this is going to be fun. Uh-oh. All right, so we'll call in later. Rubber Duck, home sweet home, blue ribbon. Fourth winning grandkids. Life is good. Good night to all. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight. Ironton, Virginia. Nice 70 degrees tonight. Keep it shiny side up. And there's Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line, 75 degrees. We are Columbus bound. 3 days till we cruise.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Daniel, who says good morning over by Valley City, North Dakota. Rolling toward Minneapolis tonight. Table scraps. Good Lord. I'm not trying to say it was a hot one today, but I was sweating so bad this afternoon, I hydroplaned off the toilet and landed in the tub. Stay safe, my friend. Had a hot one, huh? Hello from the Michigan Madman. Good to have you on board. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 78 degrees under a starlit sky. Omaha, Nebraska. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for Holton, Kansas. Then it's off to the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife. Have a great weekend and a special one-night-only shout-out to the Overnight Drive Posse worldwide from Big Red Country. All right, good to have you on board. Stephen, it's Friday. Have a terrific weekend, everybody out there. Timothy just jumps on board. Clear, 72 degrees. Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. There's the Milkman, moving the milk in Northwest Ohio. Heading back to Wisconsin tonight. And Buckeye Boy checks in from Kingdom City, Missouri, 76 at this hour. Hit a little bit of rain, some lightning. Braves lost, but the Reds won. How about the puppet introducing Zelensky as Putin this past day? Wow, that was a hell of a gaffe. This was the post-NATO conference. And here's Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. Biden introduced, here is President Putin. Whoops. All right, should make it home tomorrow so I can go to the grandson's birthday party Saturday. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Well, I would have to suspect it is, one day closer?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. How about that?
We can always count on Cap and Ron to remind us about the greatest day of the week.
Well, I wouldn't want you to forget it, you know.
Thank you so much.
That's about all we think about for the next couple of days is how close it is to the greatest day of the week.
Round and round we go. Yeah. So what's on your slate for the weekend? Any big plans?
Nah, just laying around. Wife's still recovering from that sinus surgery that she had. This one seemed like it was pretty worse than the others she's had. She was supposed to get shoulder surgery on the 8th of August, but I think she's decided she's not ready to do that right now because she's having so much trouble with this one.
Right, makes sense.
That safe driver blitz that they had, I never did see anything. Maybe it's because I'm out here all night, but I didn't see anything at the scales. I didn't see no extra patrol. Did you got any statistics on that?
Not really. I mean, anyone that's mentioned it said they haven't really seen anything out of the ordinary this week. So,
and even when we had the DOT blitz, I didn't see a single cop that whole time in the scale houses.
Wow.
But of course, I'm out here this time of night, so maybe it's a daytime thing for their budget. Maybe, I don't know. No, I don't have any plans for the weekend. You?
Not really. Nothing on the slate that I know of.
Well, you're getting ready for your cruise coming up pretty soon.
It's still a couple months, but yeah, August, September, October, 3 months away.
It'll be here before you know it.
Yep.
My wife and my daughter's on a cruise right now in the Bahamas. I guess she's having a good time, but I see you're up against the clock, so have a good weekend and appreciate you taking my call.
All right, then. Thanks for the reminder. Monday will be here before you know it. Let's try to enjoy the weekend first. How about? What do you say? Let's see. Hello to Big Ed. Big Ed, happy birthday, I guess, belated. I just came across his comments here from a few minutes ago. Okay, well, take care of the news break. Come back with more at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more Democratic lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. He again stated he was the best qualified person to lead the Democratic ticket in November's election. And he said there was only one situation in which he would consider dropping out.
Earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
Everyone was watching for gaffes. There was one in which he mixed up his own vice president with his rival Donald Trump.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
And he showed determination to stay in the race, despite many Democrats doubting he's got what it takes.
How the next 2 weeks go, will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out. For the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway.
In other news, organisers of the Bitcoin 2024 conference have announced that Donald Trump will speak at the event this month in the US state of Tennessee. The former president continues to present himself as a cryptocurrency booster, as FSN's Ira Spitzer reports.
The news that Donald Trump will headline the Bitcoin event in Nashville on July 27th is the latest sign of strengthening ties between the former president and the crypto industry. Trump has been critical of the Biden administration's attempts to regulate crypto, a sector which has had a dramatic few years with the collapse of the crypto exchange FTX as well as record-high Bitcoin prices. Trump's 2024 election platform, released earlier in the week, calls for boosting both cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence. Cryptocurrency executives also met with Biden administration officials earlier this week to discuss their concerns.
Texas hospitals in the city of Houston are backed up, and ambulances are waiting for hours to drop off new patients. All of this in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. More than 1 million customers in the state are still without power in sweltering heat, and heat-related emergencies are rising. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as I mentioned, I was unawares. Happy birthday to Big Ed. Are you with me? I posted just a few minutes ago. What a day. All I know is I'm wore out. I started the day sleeping in. As much as I tried keeping my mind off today, it wasn't to be. Thanks to you, my family, and extended family and friends, all the well wishes and happy birthdays were overwhelming. All day, I've thanked God for my blessings. What are those blessings? Well, it's you. I've always said if you have the respect and love of family and friends, you are a blessed and wealthy individual. Denise invited me to go to Roosters for supper. Little did I know, there was a surprise birthday party hidden in that invite. Josh Malloy's going to be hitting the road this weekend, and they were actually having a send-off supper for him. So Denise mentioned it to her nieces, Laura, Rachel, Laura Sue, and her mom, Sherry, that today was my birthday. So they, being the thoughtful, kind individuals they are, they planned me a birthday party along with Josh's send-off supper. To say I was humbled isn't quite the word. I was blessed as blessed could be. All right, a lot of folks were there, right? I guess he mentions all their names, and he said then there was the yearly happy birthday greeting from my niece, Ashley Earhart, singing happy birthday to me. That was the cherry topper of the day. Thank you, Ashley. I love it. It's not every day a guy gets to be sung to by Miss USA and Miss America and a Thunder Girl all rolled into one. So to the Malloy family, thank you for a wonderful evening. Then I finished the day off with ice cream and a cake at my sister's house, visiting with family. So today, my blessings wore me out. All right. That's a good birthday, Ed. How old are we now? Are we keeping that top secret? Okay, so let me see here. A couple of other quick tidbits. We roll over. Kentucky Ken, how you been out there? Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy Friday. We'll be grass cutting in the early morning. Safe travels to all out there from Kentucky Ken, who doesn't get to join us a whole lot during the overnight hours anymore. Let's see. Daniel said, remember, if you go to the Iowa 80 truck show, which started this past day, the Walcott Truckers Jamboree, get yourself the multiple Hot Shot Secret products that are available there. Absolutely. Let's see. Kevin, good morning. Steve and the overnight crew. Brett says, be safe out there, everybody. Mary Ann, there you go. Happy belated birthday, Big Ed. Are you with me? And hello to Cliff. The Grump. Hey, 2 nights in a row. That's not very common. What's happening, Grump?
Yeah, get to bless you 2 nights in a row there, huh? Yeah, happy birthday, Ed. If I knew that, I'd have called him today and said, hey, old codger, happy birthday, man.
Right?
Yeah, Ed, he's Big Ed. He's a mess, that one is. I think a lot of him. Man, Steve, I'll tell you what, I listened to that press conference today, and if it wasn't something that was reassuring to the American people,
right,
that we have an idiot in the White House, I mean, this guy's mental deficiency is just mind-blowing. Joe has never been able to form a sentence. I mean, he's always been this gap-prone goofball that should have never been president, number one. But, apparently in the Democrat Party, they believe that it's his turn, and this debacle of an administration that he has, with Buttigieg and all these other idiots and, in his administrative cabinet members and folks, it's going to take years to get over this. I'm serious. It's this whole debacle that this guy has brought forth, and he thinks he's worthy of another 4 years, and uses a press conference as a political statement, which I thought was against the Hatch Act that prevents you from campaigning in while you're in the White House or whatever it is. I can't remember exactly what it is, but every time him or some of his ilk gets in front of a microphone, they don't hesitate to disparage Donald Trump and talk about the previous administration and things like that. I always thought that was against the federal law. Maybe I'm wrong, but what a wreck. I'm over here just outside of Washington, D.C. They got a massive pile up over here on 270 on the southbound side, or on the northbound side. Had quite a few cars involved in it. But it just I listened to that and I thought, man, if there's people that's still sitting around there going, well, I'm still undecided. What the hell are you undecided about? I mean, seriously, when you think about this administration right now and the previous administration, and then the lies that he stood there in front of that microphone and told about the border, we've had, half of what the previous administration. Does he honestly believe that crap? It's just mind blowing that we have somebody with that mental capacity that believes that his own lies, number one. But what's troubling about it is there's idiots out there that's going to vote for this guy that hangs on every word that he says. And it's I was listening to a lady today over in a restaurant. She was sitting there, well, I'll vote for anybody that's not Donald Trump. And I said, well, I said it's a good thing Biden, secured the border and lowered everybody's taxes and, got NATO to paying their fair share. And she said, yes, it is. And I said, well, that was Donald damn Trump. It wasn't that idiot. But you try not to get sucked into these conversations with these people, because you cannot win a conversation with a Democrat. They're
right.
Idiots, number one. I mean, they have their beliefs that the government has to step into your life and take charge of every aspect of it. And then, listening to him earlier today when he introduced Zelensky as Putin, and then he called him Alinsky. Well, hell yeah, he's right off of Saul Alinsky's kinfolk there or something, I guess. Remember Saul? He's the one that's got the Democrat Bible. He wrote the
Rules for Radicals.
Yep. Yeah, that old Barack had to, step up in front of and everything. And they keep talking about this. That how Barack Obama and George Clooney's kind of teaming up on Biden and wanting him out. Well, what is it? About 80% of the people are there right now that's been seeing this stuff is saying, hey, maybe we need to rethink this deal here. But are they going to get cackles in there? I doubt it. They seem to think that she might be the alternative that could beat Trump. She couldn't beat Tulsi Gabbard in a debate. So how in the hell is she going to beat Trump, who will destroy her? And I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, it's just this is just frightening when you sit there and you look at this clown that's up there trying to give a press conference and saying this guy has got the freaking nuclear codes. They're probably in Dr. Jill's purse is where they're probably at, and she'll bust them out if she thinks he needs them. That's the way this whole damn administration has been.
Right.
It's passed the buck on to somebody else. And we'll step up if we need to. We'll tell Joe what's going on with it. I've never in my life seen a president that has been so controlled by his cabinet and by the people that surrounds him. Trump. One of the things that Trump did, and I didn't exactly agree with how he fired people, but he didn't put up with that. When they started straying and started talking to other people, he could go. You're either going to be loyal to this administration or you're out of here. And I kind of believe that for when you're working for a greater good for this country. But it's not for the greater good of this country. It's greater good for the Democrat Party. It's greater good for this radical agenda that these people seem to come up with every time you turn around. They're still talking about higher taxes. And everything for the American people. How much more damn taxes do we need to pay? It's kicking everybody in the butt. And you sit here and you believe, you think for one time, just once, I wish they would step out of that swamp that they've lived in for all these damn years and see exactly what the average person does. Joe, get out there and walk a damn assembly line or something, or crawl your old butt up in a damn truck in the jump seat and drive across one of these highways like I-70 coming across Indiana that'll bounce you out of the seat. I've busted 2 sets of shocks coming across there. Literally snapped the shock in half because those roads are so damn rough. But yet, what are we doing? Instead of fixing our own infrastructure, hell, we're giving Ukraine all the money that we can muster right now, and sending it over there to them because Mr. Alinsky, as he called him,
right,
is over here every other damn week, it seems like, hat in hand, saying, oh, I need more money. Yeah, you need more money. How about getting out that checkbook ledger and let's see what the hell you spent money on there, buddy? They're trying to tell us, Steve, that only about 15% to 20% of the money that we give to them actually goes towards the military. The rest of it goes to keep their government in check, to keep their government functioning. But yet we still get these damn reports of all these oligarchs that are Ukrainian heads of state and stuff are buying houses. Huge, expensive homes on the French Riviera. Where the hell are they coming up with this money at?
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly every damn one of them was broke. And then all of a sudden, every time we get $100 billion that we hand these damn people, they're buying new homes and things. And nobody seems to be interested in finding out where in the hell the money is going. I just can't for the life of me wrap my mind around the fact that we are supplying their government with all this kind of money. And these idiots are still telling us that in 7 years, Social Security is going to become insolvent, that we just can't keep up with this pace. But yet, the alternative to Social Security is SSI, where they're giving every Tom, Dick, and freaking Harry that wants to sit on their sorry, worthless ass and draw a paycheck, they're giving them this disability check and putting them on Medicaid. How many illegals that have strolled across that border has gotten a $1,500 check continually? Every month it seems like they're giving them something. And then they talk about, well, they're still living in the Boston airport. Good, you already got them in the airport. Put their ass on a plane, send them home.
That's about right.
I mean, what the hell? Does it take a hammer to fall out of the sky and hit one of them in the head to wake them up and say, look, you're not here. You violated our sovereignty. Get the hell out of here. But Biden seems convinced that he is doing something good for this border. And he's got Cackles that goes down there. You know, she's supposed to be the border czar who never went there, number one. You know, I think the closest she's ever been is like 60 miles away from the damn thing. And it just, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, this is there a choice? Is there a choice, really a choice in the Democrat Party right now? You know, I'm no damn Democrat by any means. You know, I used to consider myself an independent. But, and I guess I still do to a certain extent, but when you look at the choices that you have in this country and whether or not the survivability of our Constitution and our sovereignty is put first and foremost ahead of everything else, I don't think it is anymore. You know, not when you got a group of people such as the Democrat Party that's sitting around here going, you know, the Constitution should be a living, breathing document that conforms and contorts to whatever the sitting administration wants it to be. No, it was written down for a damn reason. You know, that's just the way it is. I mean, when you take a document that was in its originality was 2,700 pages long, you know, that's not a whole lot for a country to look at and say, look, we need to live by this. But they keep talking about all these damn illegals coming across the border and how number one, we got to fix immigration. You know, it's broken. You know, bull, it's not broken. All you got to do is get off your ass and enforce the laws. It's not broken. You know, we limit a certain amount of people to come across during the picking season, the growing seasons, all these other things. When we brought the migrant workers up here, it used to be that the massive farms would send people to the border and pick them up on their buses, and they would take them up, house them, feed them, whatever in the hell they had to do. And then when they got their paycheck, when the growing season and the planting season and the picking season and everything else was over, they'd take their ass back. They wanted to go back because they can live on that money down in Mexico a hell of a lot better than they can right now. But now, try to get a construction job. You know, it's just, and it's happening everywhere. I mean, if we're not right for E-Verify, I don't know what the hell we are. You know, they have to get that in, and that's one of the reasons why these migrant workers, or whatever you want to call them, the illegal aliens that are coming up here, have such free reign on things, is because they know that they can get a job, they can get paid under the table. They don't, the tax code allows for stupid stuff, and they're going to do it. Companies are going to give them a 1099 and say, well, they gave me a Social Security number. It's not right. I don't, you know, what do you want me to do? Set out an investigation on it? You know, so I'll just give them a 1099 and let them file their own taxes on it. They never file taxes. They stick that money in their pocket and go on to the next damn job. But yet you and me and every other taxpayer out here has to pick up the damn tab for them bastards when they're up here doing whatever they want to do. And all these thugs that have walked across the border, you know, when is America going to start fighting back?
Yeah.
And waking up and saying, I've had enough of this crap. You know, I've told you before, I carry a gun with me. You know, when I'm home, I got the gun on. You know, I got a concealed carry. There's two things in this world that I will do. I will protect my family, and I will shoot somebody's ass if they try to alter that right there. I don't care. You know, at my age, I'm done fighting with people. You know, if that's the way they want to fight, then by God, they might as well come heavy with something in their hand, because we're going to bloody up. That's just the way it is. You know, I spent too damn many years in the military to put up with that crap. But it's just, you know, like this country's getting unrecognizable for many reasons. You know, it just, what else are we going to give away? You know, I was listening to them today talking about China. You know, so well, if you get a business, if you open a business in China, you know, you have to turn over every damn thing over to them. Well, let me enlighten you on something there, Joe. If you get a business here in the United States, you got to pretty much just give it away to whoever, you know, to the tax man or whoever else. I mean, right now there's so many small businesses in this country that's hurting, and trucking is one of them, because of the onerous regulations, the high taxes, and every damn thing else that the government does. It just seems like that we have a group of people in the government right now that says, we don't want you to survive. You know, we want to see you on the dole. We want to see you sitting on your ass, and your workers too. You know, if they don't want to give everything to the workers, number one, there is no room at all for the owner of that business who created that business, who took money out of their pockets. Wow, that car almost wrecked. They took money out of their pockets and you know, started the business, number one, as an investment. But yet, you didn't build that. That was Barack Obama's stupidity.
Right.
You didn't build that. It's always something that, I don't know, man. I tell you what, it just blows my mind how businesses and people and American citizens who work their ass off and put their kids through school and expects to, their kids to grow up in a country like we did, like we used to have, that you can put one foot forward. But right now, if you're not gay, if you're not some trans, if you're not some damn illegal, if you're not some minority, if you're just an average white person, then every foot forward you take, somebody's going to smack you back too. And I'm just at the point where you just get sick of it, Steve. You honest to God do. I understand why so many people's hanging the keys up and getting out of trucking and things right now, because we're overrun by the immigrant drivers right now that they don't give a rat's ass about this country. They're making more money than they ever made in their freaking life, and they ain't making much. I mean, they can go in and cut rates, and they can do this, they can do that. Work for these logistics outfits that brings them over here and signs the visas with these big carriers and stuff like that, knowing that they're going to live in their truck the whole time they're here, and then 379 days later they send their ass home for a week, and then they come back on another visa because they've created this atmosphere of a shortage of drivers. There's never been a shortage of drivers. Just because you buy a pile of damn trucks and got them parked on your lot doesn't mean you have a shortage of drivers. It just means you got too damn many trucks. But that's the way it is with the government that we have today. That's how they enforce things right now. They look at these big businesses and say, we don't have any need for the smaller businesses anymore. And let's just do every damn thing humanly possible to push them out. And it just, I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, it's killing us. It really is.
Yep.
It's just, there's so much going on in this country right now that people needs to adhere to and pay attention to, and get their voting booth, go to the voting booth where they think somebody's going to do a job for this country, not for their damn party or not for an individual that they're going to give a, they gave my son, or something like that. They canceled his student debt. Well, why didn't you pay it? I paid my kid's damn debt. It just, there's always something that people will selfishly vote for, for whatever reason that they do for them, not for the country.
Way too many one-issue voters. Yeah, whether it's the abortion issue. You mentioned the E-Verify, which that's been in place for years and years. Verifying, making sure that you're hiring someone that's legal to work in this country. I don't know if the E-Verify would actually do a whole heck of a lot of good right now, because the way I understand it, most of these people that are crossing illegally in, they're giving them work permits. So I guess if you got your work permit, you're allowed to work. Quickly, before we move to some of our industry headlines, let me jump over to, as far as, will Joe be on the ballot? Will he be the selection coming up in the Democrat convention? Nancy Pelosi kind of alluded to this day before yesterday. She said, we've got world leaders, 32 world leaders all gathered here in D.C. Let Joe do his job, and after the NATO summit, then we can maybe have more discussions. Well, the summit is over. He had his big boy press conference this past evening. That didn't go well. He confused, obviously, Kamala Harris with Donald Trump. He introduced Zelensky as President Putin this past evening. I haven't seen the video of that yet, but the reports I've read said that there were actual gasps from those in the attendance there when he introduced Zelensky as Putin. So now that the summit is over, here's what we can just kind of compile. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said this past day that he wants to hear from every Democrat in the House before convening his leadership team to, quote, figure out the next step of the party's response to this ongoing storm surrounding Joe Biden. His latest statement comes one day after he assured Democrats in meetings that he will relay the concerns of the party to Joe. That was according to CNN on Wednesday. However, Jeffries said this past day that no such meeting with Biden is actually scheduled as of yet. The Biden campaign and the White House are meeting with Senate Democrats this past afternoon as lawmakers, I guess, were set to leave for a week-long recess that kicked off this past day. So their weekend is underway. We move over then to Joe Manchin had something to say about it this past day. And even Joe Biden said, come the convention, delegates are free to do whatever they want.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Joe Biden has insisted that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. But the president made two major gaffes on Thursday that are likely to fuel calls from Democrat lawmakers for him to stand aside. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
President Biden dominated headlines here for all the wrong reasons. Wrapping up the NATO summit, he welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the stage.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He quickly corrected that mistake, but the damage was done. And then at a press conference later, he was asked if he had full confidence in his Vice President, Kamala Harris.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
He did not correct that faux pas. At the press conference, he demonstrated fluency in policy issues, particularly international affairs. But while he may have bought himself some time, CBS reports that scores of Democrats will this weekend call on him to stand down. Trump, who will officially become the Republican candidate at the end of next week's party convention in Milwaukee, will be delighted that Biden is politically wounded, but not out of the race yet.
China will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, his ministry said. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. Anant Ambani, who is the son of Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, will marry Radhika Merchant, the daughter of pharmaceutical tycoons. The event follows several extravagant celebrations in the run-up to the wedding, which have included performances by Justin Bieber and Rihanna. The wedding, which will include high-profile celebrities and politicians among its guests, is expected to cause disruption to travel in the city and has led to a backlash because of concerns about such an extravagant display of wealth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Workers at Samsung, one of the world's largest electronics manufacturers, have declared an indefinite strike in South Korea in an ongoing effort to secure pay rises and improved benefits. The news came on the same day that Samsung was unveiling a host of new products that it plans to put into the marketplace. But thousands of members of the National Samsung Electronics Union say they are now going to engage in a program of targeted disruption to the company's production lines. Tech correspondent Takara Small is monitoring the story from Toronto.
Samsung is a huge job creator. The company itself is responsible for just a little under a quarter of the country's GDP. So when you have a strike like this, it resonates, it reverberates. There are other businesses and vendors that will feel it. And they have done a really great job of reaching out to media around the world. I mean, they are using social media, they're using YouTube, and they're having training sessions to bring on board more people to strike and join for higher wages and more transparency around pay. Again, this is a sign and a symptom of, unions and strikes over pay that we're seeing globally. But when it comes to technology, it's quite astounding.
Samsung says it is negotiating in good faith and expressed confidence that the strike will not disrupt production. The vast majority of the company's employees are not members of the union and not participating in the industrial action. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Joe Biden insists that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. China says it will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, we'll get right back at it here. Friday. Making our way into a brand new day, 12th day of July. Real quick before we get back to the calls here. Joe Manchin, the one-time Democrat, now independent. They're all discussing what's next for Joe. And he kind of laid it out like this. He said, let me be clear. Very clear. My main concern is the health and well-being of the president, okay? And I think he'll make the right decision. And that's the only decision. The right decision is what's right for him. He's going to make that decision. It's right for the country. Then we'll make a decision from there. Now, he also noted, kind of like what Nancy Pelosi said, after the NATO meeting ends, which is now over, quote, I think everyone's going to be talking Friday, Saturday, and by Sunday, you should have some idea of what's going on. So, decision by Sunday is the headline, as the pressure continues to mount. Toward the end of the NATO press conference, roughly 1 hour long, Joe Biden took questions from about 10 different reporters, and more than one was asking in various ways about the hemorrhaging support from his Democrat base, lawmakers, donors, delegates. To which Joe responded, obviously, they're free to do whatever they want. But I get overwhelming support. Speaking of the delegates. Yeah, I won how? I forgot how many votes. I won the primary. Overwhelming. So tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to happen. But I think I'm the best. I believe I'm the best qualified to govern, and I think I'm the best qualified to win. There are other people who could beat Donald Trump too, but it's also starts from scratch, and we talk about, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank, so we're doing well. All right, so the conversation's on and on. So it really sounds like the conversations behind the scenes. Joe's going to be hearing over the weekend, apparently, if Hakeem Jeffries is being honest about, he's going to take all the Democrat Party's concerns straight to Joe. It could be an interesting weekend. C&I Dog, how you been?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. First, a lot of people have been asking, where did the name Beryl come from? Actually, had a friend, his mother's name was Beryl. I talked to her on the phone. She lived down in Louisiana area, and it's not a very common name. When I first heard it, I'm like, Beryl? Yeah, it sounds like, like a water barrel.
Yeah.
But, people do have that name.
Huh.
She's a very nice lady. The second thing I have is I got a brand new listener. I put on your show. I'm training him, and he liked your show right off from the get-go. He said, I want to download that app, and his CB handle or his handle on the show would be Riken Rob, Riken Rob. So I'll probably have him call in to your show next week, and he could say hi, and maybe you could hook him up with the hot shot.
Get him a first-time caller. We haven't had a first-time caller here in a week or two.
Yes, sir. And then I've been checking out some of that AI art where you just describe a few things that you'd like to see and look at the pictures that it creates. I might send you a few through the email, okay?
Okay, not a problem.
I'm really enjoying the show. I'm feeling really sad for 5-7. I hope he's doing okay. Happy birthday to Ed, and it's great that his niece wished him a happy birthday with her celebrity status that she has.
Right.
I found that story very interesting back in the day. I'm glad he elaborated on that and brought her on the show. Okay, both Rob and I will be listening to your show.
Thank you much.
You can say hi to Rob. He'll be able to hear you.
All right, Rob, we'll look forward to hearing from you. 844-844-3388 whenever you decide to pick up the phone and dial us up. And, we'll introduce you to Hot Shot Secret Products, get you a $60 voucher for your first order. He mentioned 5-7. I did get a ring-a-ding from Heatwave. Somewhere about the noon hour this past day. Apparently he had spoke to him briefly. I don't recall if he didn't really know anything about blockages or whether he's, stents Is he facing? He mentioned something about he's going to have to wear, and I had never heard of this, some sort of a vest that has, like, I guess it's an external defibrillator built into it. It monitors your heart or whatever. And I did a little search, and I found, I believe, what they're talking about. And the best I could understand, it monitors the heart, and if it gets out of whack, kind of like a lot of times you have a pacemaker internally that will have the defibrillator that will shock your heart back into rhythm. It's like an external sort of thing that you're wearing that while they're working on what the next step in the process should be, I guess. So that's about all he knew. I don't think he spoke to him in depth, but I don't know if Heatwave's with us this morning. Maybe he can give us a little more if he can expound on that. And I don't think we had any really. I think his wife was doing better. I think he mentioned that as well. Meanwhile, industry-wise, thousands of truck drivers risk losing their commercial driving privileges here in a matter of months due to violations recorded in the Federal Drug and Alcohol Database. According to the report recently released by the FMCSA, a total of 171,361 CDL and commercial learner's permit holders are listed in what they call prohibited status in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. That was as of June 1. If those CDL holders fail to complete the return to duty process, they will risk license downgrades on November 18, when all state driver licensing agencies will be required to remove commercial driving privileges from the driver's license of prohibited individuals. Now, the license downgrades would remain in place until the return to duty process is completed. Of those in prohibited status, more than 130,000 have not yet begun the return to duty process that could save their commercial driving privileges. Again, that was as of June 1st. The previous Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse report listed more than 163,000 holders in prohibited status. So these license downgrades going into effect on November 18 were established in a second final rule clearinghouse issued by the FMCSA October of 2021. The purpose of the Clearinghouse 2 rule is to further support and strengthen the first Clearinghouse final rule, which declares that drivers with a prohibited clearinghouse status are prohibited from operating a commercial motor vehicle on public roadways. Now, the FMCSA said that the Clearinghouse 2 rule will help keep unsafe drivers off the road by increasing compliance with the commercial motor vehicle driving prohibition. This FMCSA Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse provides law enforcement and employers with real-time information on commercial driver's license and commercial learner's permit holders' drug and alcohol program violations. So that's it's a lot of drivers that will see their, essentially, your CDL will be removed from your driving privileges if you don't start that process of the return to duty status. I have no idea how many of those 130,000 plus who have not begun that process are actually even interested in driving a truck anymore. It could be a whole bunch. It may not be any of it. It's interesting numbers. All right, on a Friday, Eagle, what's going on out there?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Hey, listen, Steve. Hey, man, this deal, like I said, I think every time I call the show in the last couple of weeks, I've been in shock at what I've seen from Joe Biden. But at this point, Steve, I think the Democrats are trying to set trying to set Joe Biden up. They're trying to let this man ruin his damn self. There was no reason for Joe Biden to hold a press conference today. This guy here completely embarrassed himself, Steve. Hey, let me start off by saying this, Steve. Let me start off to show people, because I know you got some listeners out there that support Joe Biden, and I want them to listen real closely to what I'm saying, what I'm about to say. You've gone over night after night how much money Joe Biden has given the president of Ukraine. Now, you mean to tell me, Steve, at the beginning of his so-called talk, that he walks out on that damn stage and he can't even get the man's name right that he's giving the money to? He had the audacity to call him Putin after all the millions and billions of dollars he has given. You would think that would be the least he could do is remember the man's damn name with all the money. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes. I mean, so that press conference, the purpose of the press conference was to try to redeem himself, just like the George Stephanopoulos interview last Friday. That didn't go over well. They're doing what they can to try to get him to make it look like he's coherent, but every time he comes on stage, he just damages himself more.
Yeah. That's probably the biggest thing. But even Donald Trump is commenting about that, Steve, on his social media platform. That is like a slap in the face to every American for Joe Biden to walk out on that stage and get that man and call that man Vladimir Putin. That is below. But there's also another video circulating, Steve, and I hope to God, as much as I hate Joe Biden, I hope that this video is not true, Steve. Yesterday or either earlier today, he was on the stage with a world leader. I don't know what country this man was from. He had glasses on, and Joe Biden said something. I can't say the word on the radio, but he said that he had basically had sex with the man's wife, and he smiled about it. And it looked like he definitely said, look, I listened to the video about 5 or 6 times, and it clearly sounded like he said that he had sex with this man's wife. Whether he did or not, I don't know. But this guy here, Steve, he is a national embarrassment at this point. The whole Biden family, Jill Biden, Hunter Biden, anybody associated with Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of themselves. Like I said before, I could care less what happens to Joe Biden. He can go on TV tomorrow night and embarrass himself, and I'm gonna sit back and laugh because, like I say, I'm on Trump's team. But if anybody in his family cared about him, Steve, they would tell Joe, but listen, man, you've had 50 years in Washington. You've done your thing. You've made a lot of money. You've stolen a lot of money. You've done some good things. You've done some bad things. It's time for you to move on, Joe. It's time for you to go on back to Delaware and go to a retirement home and play shuffleboard and checkers and watch soap operas with the rest of the old folks, because it's over. It's over for Joe Biden, Steve. It's been over for Joe Biden. Like I said before, as we were tuning in to that show tonight, this so-called big boy press conference, there was also some other people watching, and they were watching very closely, I guarantee you. And his name is Vladimir Putin. His name is the president of China and the North Korean leader. I guarantee you, their televisions were looking at Joe Biden, and they were laughing. Like I told you last week, I can hear Vladimir Putin laughing all the way from Russia in my truck tonight when he was looking at it. This is totally ridiculous. This guy here, Steve, he couldn't even remember his vice president's name.
Right.
He here's what's really a slap in the face to that, Steve. He called his vice president his worst enemy, his rival to get in the damn White House. He called Kamala Harris Trump. Now that's almost as bad as calling Zelensky Putin. This guy here made 2 of the ultimate mistakes that you can make. It's clear that they can lie all they want, Steve. And like I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go back to what I told you months ago, what my grandfather told me, Steve, and it holds true. He told me this way back in the 60s when I was just a young kid. If you ain't got nothing to hide, then you shouldn't have no problem putting yourself to the test. Joe Biden shouldn't have no problem taking a mental evaluation test. He shouldn't have no problem taking a drug test if you ain't got nothing to hide. I tell that to drug people all the day. You can tell me tomorrow morning, Steve, you can call me up tonight and tell me to be at a drug location tomorrow morning. You want a urine analysis, and guess what? I'll be there 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll probably be there before 8 o'clock because I know I ain't got no damn drugs in my body. Joe Biden is the opposite deal. Joe Biden, you tell him to show up for a mental evaluation tomorrow morning, I guarantee you he won't show up. You know why he won't show up? Because he know damn well he won't fail. So they can say all they want that it's an invasion of privacy, that Joe Biden has the right to not take a test. Yes, he does have a right, because see, here's how it works, Steve. In America, to work in a damn McDonald's restaurant, you have to take a drug test, a urinalysis test. You have to take some type of test to prove that you can function in society. And that's working at a damn McDonald's making $10, $15 an hour. You got the man that's supposed to be the highest job in the USA, and maybe even the whole damn world. And this guy talking about he shouldn't have to take no damn test to prove that he is functionally ready to run the United States of America. That's a slap in the face. And I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. They want to talk about taking somebody off the damn ballot. For all those people over there in Colorado, Maine, and all them other states that said they want Trump off the ballot at 24, I tell you who needs to be taken off the ballot, and that's the good old Joe Biden. He shouldn't have never been on the ballot to begin with. And as far as the voting goes, Steve, just in case anybody had any doubts in their mind about if Joe Biden wanted these illegals to vote, he said that if they put that bill on his damn desk, that he's going to veto it, because he said that those people have the right to vote in America, even though they're in this country illegally. Because see, first of all, they broke the law when they came into the U.S. illegally. You have no right whatsoever. I don't give a damn what Joe Biden says. And like I said before, Joe Biden doesn't make the rules. There's a rule book for everybody, and that includes Joe Biden. So, like I said before, Steve, this needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped right now. Joe Biden, if he had any kind of class, Steve, if his family had any kind of class, they would. I told you this a couple of weeks ago. Joe Biden would hold a news conference. You want to talk about holding a damn news conference like you did? You hold a news conference tomorrow morning, Joe Biden, 8 o'clock, directly in the morning, and you be a man and walk out on that stage and say, listen, I can't get the job done. I am not mentally fit to be a commander and controller of this United States of America. I am not going to be running for president. I can't do another 4 years. If he had any kind of class and pride about himself, that's exactly what he do. But me personally, I hope he doesn't quit, because that gives me plenty of material to talk about on your show every night so I can laugh my ass off. So my only request to Joe Biden is, Steve, hold another press conference tomorrow afternoon, my man. And I guess what? I'll be definitely tuning in to see what other kind of mistake you make. So hold all the press conferences you want, Joe Biden, because I need something to laugh about. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. Eagle, have a good Friday. Have a good weekend. All right, it's 844-3388. What do we have going on here? Other industry headlines we'll get to. In the state of Connecticut, state police, this was an expensive mistake. State police placed a commercial vehicle hauling an oversized load out of service and a rather large fine after multiple permit and size violations were discovered. 7 o'clock, I guess that would have been like Wednesday morning. They were conducting commercial vehicle enforcement on Interstate 84 in the Danbury area. Troopers spotted a truck hauling an oversized load bypassing the Danbury scale along 84 eastbound by traveling the skinny roads, the secondary roads. So, of course, they initiated a traffic stop that found numerous oversized load permit violations. Police say the New York-based trucking company did not have a Connecticut Department of Transportation oversized permit. When troopers weighed the truck using portable scales, the gross weight was determined to be 183,300 pounds. Whoa. 103,000 pounds over the allowed weight limit without a permit. Additionally, State police said 6 of the 8 axles were not in compliance with the maximum allowed statute weight of 18,000 pounds per axle. Other violations uncovered were over height, over length, and over width without a permit. How much did that cost them? The trucking company was issued fines totaling $39,101. 39 grand. Oh, and the truck was obviously placed out of service. Now, if that's a small operation, somebody's out of business. You're broke. One dead after a crash between 2 commercial vehicles and a passenger car in a construction zone along Interstate 85 in South Carolina Wednesday morning. a little before 7 o'clock in the evening. I-85 at the 96-mile marker near Gaffney, South Carolina. According to WYFF, a semi heading north in a construction zone there. Hit a guardrail on the right side of the road, sending it veering into and over the guardrail, separating the northbound lanes from the southbound. The semi then collided with another tractor-trailer heading southbound and struck an SUV head-on. Both truckers were injured in the accident. Extent of their injuries not known. The SUV driver, identified as a 73-year-old, was trapped inside the vehicle before being pronounced dead at the scene. Now, while some sections of I-85 are much better with the opening of these 6 lanes, others that remain under construction still pose a danger to motorists traveling through Cherokee County, according to the Cherokee County coroner. He said this is yet another victim of an ill-fated construction nightmare. Be careful in those construction zones. All right, we'll get back to your calls, your comments on a Friday in the wake of Hurricane Beryl and more natural disasters. We've talked in some parts of the country, insurance rates. The rates are going through the roof. Insurers hiking rates as extreme storms like Beryl proliferate. More on that coming up in our next segment here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Joe Biden has insisted that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. But the president made 2 major gaffes on Thursday that are likely to fuel calls from Democrat lawmakers for him to stand aside. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
President Biden dominated headlines here for all the wrong reasons. Wrapping up the NATO summit, he welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the stage.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He quickly corrected that mistake, but the damage was done. And then at a press conference later, he was asked if he had full confidence in his Vice President, Kamala Harris.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
He did not correct that faux pas. At the press conference, he demonstrated fluency in policy issues, particularly international affairs. But while he may have bought himself some time, CBS reports that scores of Democrats will this weekend call on him to stand down. Trump, who will officially become the Republican candidate at the end of next week's party convention in Milwaukee, will be delighted that Biden is politically wounded, but not out of the race yet.
China will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, his ministry said. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. Anant Ambani, who is the son of Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, will marry Radhika Merchant, the daughter of pharmaceutical tycoons. The event follows several extravagant celebrations in the run-up to the wedding, which have included performances by Justin Bieber and Rihanna. The wedding, which will include high-profile celebrities and politicians among its guests, is expected to cause disruption to travel in the city and has led to a backlash because of concerns about such an extravagant display of wealth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Yes, indeed. Up and away go the insurance rates. Destructive storms like Beryl that knocked out power to nearly 3 million homes and businesses have insurers jacking up rates in response. That could mean big profits for property and casualty insurers like Allstate and Progressive in the coming year. Investors have bid up shares in that sector, roughly 19% so far this year, outpacing the S&P 500's 17% gain. Global insurance giant Swiss Re expects the broader sector's return on equity, which is a key measure of profit, to grow 9.5% this year, well above last year's 3.4% growth. Rate hikes have been a way for property insurers to offset the cost of these events. Hurricanes account for most insured catastrophic losses, according to the CFRA. Hurricane Ian in 22, a reminder of the risks facing insurers. That was one of the costliest storms in U.S. history at just over $118 billion. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 is the costliest at about $200 billion. But the rates for homeowners insurance has surged by double digits for most insurance companies in 2023. Progressive rates up 10.4% last year, compared with just a 2.9% rise the previous year. Allstate's rates up 10.2%. up from 4.3% in 2022. This country experienced 28 separate billion-dollar weather and climate disasters last year, according to NOAA. The current hurricane season is already one for the record books early on, with just the second named storm of the season, the earliest storm to reach Category 5 in the Atlantic, as they continue to forecast an above-normal season this year. If that grim forecast comes to fruition, it will likely buoy pricing for many lines of property, casualty insurance, and reinsurance, providing certain underwriters shares with a catalyst. Insurers are also reducing their exposure to outsized losses by cutting their business in places like Florida and California, where the wildfire risks loom every year. Farmers Insurance pulled out of Florida last year. State Farm is scaling back their coverage in the state of California. Hard-pressed to even find insurance in some locales. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house on a Friday.
We on the way to Marina Del Rey, baby.
On the way.
Yeah, this whole week has been a damn disaster. I'm glad this is going to be in the record book come Saturday night. Steve, you know the other night we were talking about the debacle with Southwest Airlines.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I got a buddy, he lives up there in Omaha, and him and his wife going on his Alaskan cruise. And I said, who you flying? He said, I fly Alaskan Airways with the man on the tail. I said, well, okay. Well, this afternoon, my telephone was blowed up. I was laying in the motel sleep, getting ready to start back tonight. And he said, you SOB, you jinxed me. I said, what do you mean? Now, Steve, I want you to listen to this flight. They were supposed to go to Omaha, fly to Midway, leave Midway Airport, Chicago, and fly to Seattle, get on the cruise boat, and go to Alaska, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when they got to the airport, apparently they had canceled their flight. They flew them to Dallas-Fort Worth, and they got them to Dallas-Fort Worth, and the plane that was going to pick them up to carry them to Seattle or something happened to it. So they had to fly to LAX, and then they had to go to Portland, and then they left Portland and flew into Seattle. I said, how long was you on the airplane? He said, about like you, 24 hours.
Wow.
Now, Steve, what in the hell is going on with these airlines?
Best I can tell you, Gouger, is they're overbooking the flights. And, I mean, they're saying air travel, they're setting new records every weekend. Sunday over the July 4 weekend was, again, a brand new record for the most people screened in one day.
Yeah, I mean, things are supposed to be so bad. Where's all these people getting the money to go on vacation? Right. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, that's another one I did. Debbie called me this morning and asked me, said, "Hey, if you been on Facebook?" And I said, "Hell no, I ain't had a chance to do nothing hardly." And I've been getting it done. And she says, "You need to read about Southwest Airlines performance record in the last 6 months, and it'll scare you to death." I said, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. When I looked at it, golly, woo, just last week they had 2 incidents. One where they took off on the wrong runway, and then another one they pulled out on the runway with an airplane landed, and he had to abort his landing, and great. I said, woof, man, I don't believe I want to fly no kind of suit. So that's it with the airlines. But, Steve, talking about old Joe driving a truck and going to assembly line, Joe Biden did drive a truck. Do you know that?
I did not. I thought that was debunked. When did he drive a truck?
Well, he said he drove a truck.
Oh, okay.
And then he said he rode a train across the Francis T. Scott Bridge, and there ain't no railroad track been on that bridge since I can remember. And the other thing that really got me, he did go to a assembly line and made an ass out of himself. Because you remember when he went to that union automaker, I don't know who was, Ford or one of them, and they got to grilling him, and he told the guy, look, Bo, he said, I don't work for you, you know. And that was another one of his debacles. Mm-hmm. And, you know, people don't remember or forgot that when Joe Biden was the vice president, they wore Air Force Two out flying him all over the world for the things he said. If you remember, he said the best line of defense was a load of double-off buckshot off the back port.
Right.
Well, that put Obama in a turmoil. And then, you know, he told them people in Turkey, he said, you ain't going to stop them people from fighting. They've been fighting since Bible times, and we ain't got no business being over there. They had to load him up on the airplane, send him back over there again to apologize, you know. So, I mean, this guy just didn't start being a screw-up here in these last 4 years. He's been a screw-up from the get-go. And I don't see what the Democratic Party sees in this joker. They were talking today, Mike Johnson had a snippet, and some of the NATO leaders had come over and met with some of the ranking Republican representatives. Now, he said that they were really concerned about Mr. Biden's health.
Yep.
And then tonight, he get up there and just concreted today, I think. And your news is playing all the snippets on it.
Yep.
But, I mean, you know, Steve, I just can't see where anybody in their normal mind would vote for this egghead or any other Democrat for what they've done to this country. I mean, you know, it's just unreal. And there's something else that got me today when I was cruising around on Facebook was there's one of them guys over there in Ukraine that's in a cabinet. He got like $150 million in his bank account. And he's got one of them bombshell hot-ass wives. I mean, she is a bombshell, buddy. She lives in Spain, and somehow or another, they finagled $1 million out of the cabinetry, and she went over there to Spain, living in a big old house, riding around a Ford car, and everything. I got thinking, you know, that's where our damn money's going to. They ain't fighting no war over there. They selling that stuff and every damn thing else, you know. But yet they keep giving. Well, what about these people that live here in this country all their lives and living on Social Security and ain't got money to buy groceries right now?
Right.
That's the one we need to be worried about. We need to worry about America first and forget these yahoos over there in these other countries. You know, that's the reason I'm so big on Donald Trump. He's America first, you know. And but I just can't believe the greatest country in the world is having these kind of damn debates over egghead. Force him to take that mental test. Force him, you know. And I reckon all that cocaine they've been hopping him up over the years, or whenever they found the coke up there or whatever, it ain't working no more. It's reversing because he gives us some of the stupidest things in the world. And I just can't believe it. It's just mind-boggling. And there was another name that was mentioned tonight, that Hakeem Jeffers.
Mm-hmm.
That guy scares me to death. You look at that fella, you can see the evil in his eyes. I mean, he's just an evil-looking guy. I mean, you know, and he's a full-blown Muslim, and he's the minority speaker in the House right now,
right,
thanks to Nancy Pelosi.
Well, it's Johnson on the Republican side now, but it's Hakeem is on the Democrat, so he's minority leader, House minority leader.
Minority, right, and Johnson the head speaker. But I mean, it's just mind-boggling that the American people are letting this happen, you know? And what's it going to take, you know? Because I'm going to tell you something, man. We're living in really troubled times in this country. And it gets scarier and scarier by the day. And I don't know, man. I don't know what they're going to do. Or it sounds like Joe will probably be out by next week sometime, the way they pressuring him. And Jill Biden, Hunter Biden, all of them need to be sent to jail for elderly abuse. That man, he's sick. Everybody knows it. I mean, you know, when they had him up there questioning him, that guy said, well, he's an old man with big-time mental problems. That could have been a sign right there. He was a numbskull. So, anyway, you know, I just want them to leave him alone, let Trump get up there and pounce his ass. In the re-election, Trump turned this country around. Let's go back to doing what we know how to do best, make this country great, and quit worrying about letting all these foreigners in here. Did you see where the FBI has a directive now that nobody can be turned loose into this country until they're have been vetted or background research and stuff, because they say we got some bad mamma jammers running around in this country, and they don't know where they're at. And that's scary, Steve. That is just down. So anyway, enjoy your weekend. Be easy on the skull busters. And, we headed to Marina Del Rey,
and he lost his cell. Boom. Okay, well, you have a good heading to the Marina Del Rey. Enjoy your weekend as well. For how many times have we reported on a doctor? What was the previous White House doctor, Johnson, whatever his name was, demanding that Joe take a neurological test? Everybody's been saying it for this isn't just in the last few weeks. It's been for the last several years. So I guess Joe said this past day that his health is in good shape and that he would take another neurological exam to determine his mental acuity if it was recommended by his doctors. So you're saying that his doctors have never recommended this? At the news conference, Biden said he had taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams, most recently in February, and that the doctors tell him, I'm in good shape. He said no one was suggesting he take another such exam at this point in time. It's the first I've heard of him. He said he's taken, 3? Can you share the results? Have the doctors offered to share the results of any of these? I don't know if he just made that up, like he makes a lot of things up. It is 844-844-3388. Russell, got you coming up.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, coming up more on the heat wave out west that begins to expand to some areas. At the same time, begins to bring some relief to others. Let me get to Russell. How we doing, Russ?
Hey, Steve, doing all right. Fighting the got like a bad cough in my lungs. I had to get a doctor today, and they gave me an inhaler and steroids and those little round clear pills for a cough. But other than that, I'm doing all right. I how you doing, Steve?
I'm doing well. Happy Friday.
Good. Good. You too. It's my Friday too. Hey, I had a couple of things. First, I was going to tell you about. Well, I saw in the news what Biden did when he introduced Zelensky as Putin. I was like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. It was so embarrassing. But I bet Putin probably spit out his vodka when he heard that, laughing. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I got a story of the week for you. I don't know, you may already heard it, because I don't come on until 12:30 now, so I kind of missed 30 minutes of you. But did you hear about the trucker that found the baby on the freeway? He was a year old, crawling on the freeway.
Yes. Unreal.
I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah. That was, I tell you what, that was a miracle. I mean, he lasted 2 days through that storm. I don't see how, I mean, it was, God was with him. That's all it was. He was protecting that baby. But then the mother got put in jail because she didn't report the baby missing. Plus his 4-year-old brother, he died, drowned and everything. It's a sad story, but there you go. Once again, another trucker out there, being observant and everything on the road, and doing another good deed out there. But that's all I got. I just want to throw that out there to you, and you and everybody else out there have a good weekend.
Well, thanks for checking in. Russell, you do the same. Get rid of that cough. All right? Be well. All right, got some updates from the Energy Information Administration. What are they saying? Going to be paying more for your electricity? Increased demand as well as cost are expected for several sectors. According to the July Energy Information Administration short-term energy outlook, overall electricity demand is expected to increase by 2% from last year in the second half of 24. Natural gas prices will be approximately 36% higher in the second half of the year compared to the first half, according to the EIA. As a result, they are forecasting 42% more electricity generation from solar during that same period. The increase in electricity demand paired with a decrease in natural gas generation creates a gap between the power we need and the power being produced. According to the EIA administrator, utilities will look for a more economical alternative as natural gas prices go up. Since so much renewable capacity has been coming online the last couple of years, we expect renewables, especially solar, to fill most of the gap in the power mix. We expect utilities will also look to coal as a less expensive fuel source for the rest of the year. The price of Brent crude is also expected to increase to $89 per barrel in the second half of the year, before averaging $91 per barrel in the first quarter of next year. The first half of this year, Brent was averaging $84 per barrel. Most of this is from declining global crude supplies as global production decreases and global consumption increases.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Joe Biden has insisted that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. But the president made two major gaffes on Thursday that are likely to fuel calls from Democrat lawmakers for him to stand aside. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
President Biden dominated headlines here for all the wrong reasons. Wrapping up the NATO summit, he welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the stage.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He quickly corrected that mistake, but the damage was done. And then at a press conference later, he was asked if he had full confidence in his Vice President Kamala Harris.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice President, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
He did not correct that faux pas. At the press conference, he demonstrated fluency in policy issues, particularly international affairs. But while he may have bought himself some time, CBS reports that scores of Democrats will this weekend call on him to stand down. Trump, who will officially become the Republican candidate at the end of next week's party convention in Milwaukee, will be delighted that Biden is politically wounded, but not out of the race yet.
China will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, his ministry said. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. Anant Ambani, who is the son of Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, will marry Radhika Merchant, the daughter of pharmaceutical tycoons. The event follows several extravagant celebrations in the run-up to the wedding, which have included performances by Justin Bieber and Rihanna. The wedding, which will include high-profile celebrities and politicians among its guests, is expected to cause disruption to travel in the city and has led to a backlash because of concerns about such an extravagant display of wealth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Workers at Samsung, one of the world's largest electronics manufacturers, have declared an indefinite strike in South Korea in an ongoing effort to secure pay rises and improved benefits. The news came on the same day that Samsung was unveiling a host of new products that it plans to put into the marketplace. But thousands of members of the National Samsung Electronics Union say they are now going to engage in a program of targeted disruption to the company's production lines. Tech correspondent Takara Small is monitoring the story from Toronto.
Samsung is a huge job creator. The company itself is responsible for just a little under a quarter of the country's GDP. So when you have a strike like this, it resonates, it reverberates. There are other businesses and vendors that will feel it. And they have done a really great job of reaching out to media around the world. I mean, they are using social media, they're using YouTube, and they're having training sessions to bring on board more people to strike and join for higher wages and more transparency around pay. Again, this is a sign and a symptom of, unions and strikes over pay that we're seeing globally. But when it comes to technology, it's quite astounding.
Samsung says it is negotiating in good faith and expressed confidence that the strike will not disrupt production. The vast majority of the company's employees are not members of the union and not participating in the industrial action. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Joe Biden insists that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. China says it will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Rolling into the Friday, another hour underway. Yeah, we got some DA of the Week nominees. Several of them, as a matter of fact. Of course, we've got a Hero of the Week as well. thanks to Dingbat. Meanwhile, travelers, whether the same setup that allows the heat out west to begin building eastward over the Rockies and the plains, at the same time will play a role in episodes of more severe thunderstorms over a large portion of the north central states. That warning from AccuWeather this past day, while a large area of high pressure creates that massive dome of heat and limits thunderstorms over part of the middle of the country, thunderstorms will erupt on the fringes of that heat from this weekend into next. One area of particular concern, from the southern Canadian prairies to the northern plains, the Great Lakes, and Ohio Valley. That'll be in the zone where thunderstorms can occur nearly daily from Saturday to Tuesday of next week. In that zone, many of these thunderstorms experienced will be part of large complexes. When these thunderstorms organize in this way, they can sustain themselves, cover hundreds of miles per day, and even last through the night. In some cases, they can cause damaging winds, hail, and flash flooding. In other episodes, they merely bring downpours and maybe some short bursts of thunder and lightning. The first storms in that pattern will erupt Saturday afternoon from southern Saskatchewan, Canada, and North Dakota, then roll southeast toward central Minnesota later in the day and evening. More storms erupt on Saturday afternoon further to the south from southern Minnesota and Wisconsin into northwest Illinois. Look out, Chicago. Main threats on Saturday: hail, flash flooding. Wind gusts could approach 85 miles per hour, and some of these may produce golf ball size hail. Sunday, the zone will reorganize over Minnesota before rolling and expanding into much of Wisconsin. The severe weather threat Sunday to Sunday night will extend southward, covering northern and eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, Indiana, much of Michigan, and northwestern Ohio. Pretty much the same threats Sunday as we'll see Saturday. Severe weather then reaches the northeast as we kick off the new week. Monday, the zone will become more elongated, extending from southern Minnesota and northern and eastern Iowa all the way to northern Maryland and western Maine. A few of these storms could produce hail as well. As these storms approach some of our major metro areas in the Midwest Saturday, Sunday, and the interior Northeast Monday, could see some significant travel disruptions. Minneapolis, you'll be at the risk for severe weather each day, Saturday through Monday. Chicago, Detroit, you may be affected by severe weather both Sunday and Monday. Likely won't be until Monday before Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York City would be adversely affected, where the storms organize into intense lines. Power outages may ramp up. These storms could produce an occasional tornado, even in situations where the pattern does not support widespread tornado activity. If you have outdoor plans, fairs, concerts, barbecues, you're going to need to monitor the conditions where these thunderstorms are forecast. All right, where you get those heavy rains for several hours or downpours repeat over several days, we could be talking more stream and river flooding. And it is 844-844-3388. So a Friday rolls in, getting ready for the weekend. Sundance.
Hey, well, hello, Mr. Summers. How you doing?
Plugging away. What's happening?
Oh, nothing. I appreciate you letting me on the air today. And I don't know what I'm going to do, Steve. I don't understand truck drivers complaining about these illegals coming in, and yet they sit here and talk about how they like to run illegal because they don't like an ELD. Because the ELD makes them have to stop. And, you know, you can go on. You can still split your sleepers 7 and 3. You can still do that. If you get tired, if you work 4 hours, you can shut down for 3. and then you can get up and drive your other 7, and then take another 7-hour break. You keep on going. Like I said, you can run more now than you ever could with the ELD and the new hours of service. You don't have to fill out no paperwork. You're supposed to be where your ELD says you are. It's just electronic. I mean, it's not. It doesn't change where you're at. You can't falsify your logs. And I don't understand why. You know, you want to fix the trucking industry. You guys need to start logging on duty when you're sitting at a dock. And if you burn up all your hours sitting at the dock, so be it. It'll take about 2 weeks, and you'll start getting paid what you're supposed to get paid. But y'all are trying to work 70 hours between Monday and Friday or whatever, and that's only 120 hours. And there's not a lot of freight that moves that fast, Mr. Summers. Would you agree?
I don't drive truck. I have no idea. All I know is if you're sitting there at the dock,
you have no idea.
You're not getting paid while you're sitting still. If you're getting paid by the mile.
Well, okay, right. Okay, well, let me ask you something. The secretary that works in the office, she gets paid by the amount of words she can type per minute, right?
Right.
Is she sitting there all day typing her ass off, or does she get a break and do something else? Is she there at work, but she doesn't type in the whole damn day, right? But she gets paid for the whole day. You need to get paid for your whole time. When you get up in the morning and your clock starts, you drive into your shipper and you're up and you're opening doors, your clock starts and you stay on duty while you're sitting at that dock. I don't give a damn. I'm telling you, that's how you fix this industry. And you put a strain on the system. I mean, I hate it has to come to this, but I'm sick and tired of having, okay, so what do? You sit there for 8 hours at the dock, getting loaded and unloaded that day, right? Well, you going to drive another 10 now? That's going to put you at 20 hours of working day? No, jackass. Stop. You're not getting paid. If you're not getting paid, you're messing. You people have messed yourself up. And you want to sit here and complain about what Joe Biden does? Fix yourself. Stop giving away your time. And you want to talk about inflation? You can't talk about inflation because you don't care. You don't want no money. I've had drivers tell me, well, I make just enough and it don't matter. I don't want a lot of money. It's not about the money. This is a capitalist system, and I have to compete against people like that in this capitalist system based on where we should be. We should be at $125,000 a year based on where we were in the 70s if you inflate everything out. But everybody else got a pay raise except for us. And y'all are sitting here talking about all the money, y'all don't make no money. You're poor. You're not paying taxes because you're poor. I know a lot of you owner operators don't even file because you can't afford to pay your taxes. I know you. I've talked to you. Look, it's not your money. The government don't even need your money. They can print up all they need to perpetuate the war machine. That's what country you live in. It's gone. Your days of living like the beavers and all that stuff, it's been gone. The country filed bankruptcy in 1933. You don't have nothing. You are a piece of chattel that they trade. You're all a bunch of, you're no different than a cow that goes to the stockyard. That's what you are. Everybody in this country is what that is. So stop trying to complain about you wish it was this. No. And the reason we support Biden, because Trump is terrible. He's going to take over this country.
Yeah.
He's going to take this country over.
Going to be a dictator.
And you're going to wish that he didn't. Yeah, he's going to be a dictator. And look, he's going to.
Let me ask you a question. When it comes to the illegals there, Sundance, didn't we quite clearly point out that these illegals and these visa workers that are coming in here to drive truck, they're driving for cheap wages, forcing you to make less because they think they're making good money.
No. Right. But it's the American truck driver over the last 30 years I've been in this industry has done the same thing. You stupid asses will run for whatever the price of fuel is, or no, you'll run a load just to cover your fuel is what you tell me. And I'm like, I got to compete against that, and that ain't no fucking Haji over there overseas.
Yeah.
That's you guys, you American truck drivers. Y'all did it to me. Y'all did it to me.
All right, I hope you feel better, Sundance. He hadn't been on for a few nights, but he's been on hold. I don't know how many hours. What can I say? We'll leave it there. Hey, you all have been schooled now. I hope you learned a lesson from Sundance.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we've had a number of updates over the past week, regulatory issues in the trucking industry. I guess the first one was when they kicked the can down the road for nearly another year when it comes to the speed limiter mandate, postponing that to May of next year. And technically, it was looking more and more like it may never happen, as the House Appropriations Committee has advanced a bill that includes that provision to stop the FMCSA from mandating speed limiters. Wednesday of this week, the committee approved the fiscal year 25 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, the THUD bill, as they call it, by a vote of 31 to 26, which proposes spending limits and restrictions on the DOT. It now advances to the House floor. With both targeted investments and targeted cuts, the THUD bill carefully allocates resources to the most critical missions of the DOT and the Housing and Urban Development, while meeting our responsibility to rein in spending with a reduction of $7 billion below fiscal year 24, according to the announcement. Now, the trucking provisions, a 210-page bill that does include several provisions of interest to truck drivers. Number one, the prohibition against the FMCSA using funds to move forward with a rulemaking to mandate speed limiting devices for commercial vehicles. If that stays in there, it's all dead. It's all said and done. The FMCSA can just scrap that. They'll never have the funds. Also, allocation of $200 million for truck parking projects. There is also a prohibition of enforcing the electronic logging device mandate on agricultural haulers. A prohibition on the FMCSA's attempt to alter rest break preemption waivers. The prohibition on driver-facing cameras to be used in the under-21 pilot program, and a prohibition of congestion pricing in the New York City metro area. Speed limiters. Now, this is another attempt to stop the FMCSA's controversial rulemaking. Yeah, we know all the background. We know the 15,000 comments. We know that they've kicked the can down the road over and over. And just this past week, they scheduled to move forward with a formal proposal. Now they say in May of 2025. In addition to the appropriations bill, the DRIVE Act separately was introduced in the House and the Senate. That's a standalone bill that would do the same, prevent the FMCSA from moving forward with any rule or regulation to mandate speed limiters. Now, during the markup hearing for the appropriations bill, an amendment to remove the speed limiter provision was actually defeated. The vote means that efforts to stop a speed limiter rulemaking remains in the bill that now goes to the House floor. So one step at a time, very incrementally, but that's a win for the trucking industry, right? All right, Senor Heatwave, how are we?
No, good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what, we'll talk about the sun's ass here in a little bit. I mean, anytime he talks, we all seem to get a little burned by him, I tell you. Okay, so 5'7". I don't know if Gilligan or Dan or Eskimo Mom have called in, but he did have a text out to the group, or at least to Eskimo Mom, and she shared it with us. Yeah, they did put stents in his heart.
Okay.
And it is his lower part of the heart that's messed up. So. But when I had talked to him, as I was talking to you earlier yesterday morning, he sounded like he was stuffed up, and I will assume that's from all the damn hoses they had going, more than likely going up his nose, taking temperatures and making sure he was getting oxygen, and of course the medication he was on. He sounded about a half of himself, is about all I can say. Instead of being the jovial, happy person, he was just kind of a tired, sleepy old soul there. So, but, other than that, he seemed to be in pretty good spirits. So
they put the stents in, and you had mentioned something about the defibrillator thing, the external thing. Is that still going to have to be worn, or do you know? I
don't know. I would assume that it would be, to help that heart get back into shape, or figure out what else they're going to do with them. But everybody, let's just keep 5'7" and his wife Sue in our prayers, and let's pray for the best of both of them. So, anyways, I just now got my load going to Salt Lake City. I had to bust a set of 3 to get the middle trailer. Boy, the work I go through. All right, now the sun's ass. He dropped an F-bomb. I think that's worthy of a week or two, being banned from the radio, because, I mean, you just don't do that. Even if this were just a podcast only, you don't do that. All right, he's talking about, we all, and how great Biden is. We know what kind of a failure Biden is, and Harris for that matter.
Yeah. Did you notice? Party. Was it a Freudian slip when he said we support Biden because Trump? I thought he said he's not voting for Biden. I thought he said he's voting for RFK. Was that just a slip of the tongue? You think?
Maybe he's got Biden symptom. I don't know. Maybe he's losing it.
Yeah.
But I mean, Biden has done nothing that would help us, the American citizen. Nothing. Yeah, he gives student loan forgiveness even after the Supreme Court said, nope, you can't do that. Well, who did he help? A bunch of kids that took studies and that have no real world practical matter. If you want to do something for citizens that has given up a lot for this country, how about first responders? How about the military? We actually did something for the country. Now they'll probably say, that's too much money. Well, like Sundance said, government can print all the money they want. And that's where inflation comes from.
Yeah.
I'm no economic major, but I know if you print more money and you can't back it up, everything's going to cost more, hence inflation.
The value of the dollar is, what used to be a dollar is, what's it worth now? 20 cents on the dollar or something like that?
You would hope.
if even that, maybe. All right, Heat Wave. Hey, we're rolling up toward news break here. So got a Friday coming on. Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, lots to cover. What else is in the mix here? Lines are locked and loaded here this Friday morning. Space junk fallen to the planet. Interesting find by farmers in Saskatchewan a few months ago. That's an interesting story we'll cover coming up.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Joe Biden has insisted that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. But the president made two major gaffes on Thursday that are likely to fuel calls from Democrat lawmakers for him to stand aside. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
President Biden dominated headlines here for all the wrong reasons. Wrapping up the NATO summit, he welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the stage.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He quickly corrected that mistake, but the damage was done. And then at a press conference later, he was asked if he had full confidence in his Vice President Kamala Harris.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice President, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
He did not correct that faux pas. At the press conference, he demonstrated fluency in policy issues, particularly international affairs. But while he may have bought himself some time, CBS reports that scores of Democrats will this weekend call on him to stand down. Trump, who will officially become the Republican candidate at the end of next week's party convention in Milwaukee, will be delighted that Biden is politically wounded, but not out of the race yet.
China will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, his ministry said. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. Anant Ambani, who is the son of Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, will marry Radhika Merchant, the daughter of pharmaceutical tycoons. The event follows several extravagant celebrations in the run-up to the wedding, which have included performances by Justin Bieber and Rihanna. The wedding, which will include high-profile celebrities and politicians among its guests, is expected to cause disruption to travel in the city and has led to a backlash because of concerns about such an extravagant display of wealth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I trust you've had a good week. Here comes a Friday. Ready or not, weekend is here. And it is 844-844-3388. Back to Senor Heatwave.
Thank you for holding me over, Senor. I appreciate it. So, yeah, I mean, you print more money, you got nothing to back it up with, you devalue it, boom, inflation. Biden wants illegal aliens to vote because, hey, they're here. Well, yeah, but as someone else earlier said, I believe it was Grump, they broke the damn law, and they're nothing but a bunch of damn freeloaders that expect us to pay for their health and well-being, for their housing, for the food, medical. Man, take care of us before you take care of them.
Right.
You know, all the money that we spent in Ukraine or give to Ukraine, well, hell, how many times could we have built the wall? About 20 times over, I would think.
Yeah, and based on the word that's coming out of the NATO meeting, well, we ain't seen nothing yet. It sounds as, I mean, the commitment is we're going to continue to send billions of dollars to Ukraine.
Now, you know, I'm done. I'm seriously done with this. I mean, if we're going to be sending aid to Ukraine, we either go whole hog and get our boots on the ground and have just World War III, just be done with it, get it over with, or you cut the funding and say, you know what, we've given you enough, you should have already taken care of this, and then let the Europeans take care of their problem there. I'm just, damn it, I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Take care of us. we are the ones that are, putting the money up for the tab that Uncle Sam, unfortunately, is, writing checks for. And it's going to get to the point where we can't cash those checks anymore. Take care of us. Take care of our infrastructure. Take care of our issues with Social Security. Fund that. Put money back into that before you give another damn dime to whom Biden called Putin. I mean, and if that is not enough evidence, and then calling Harris Trump as his vice president.
I picked Vice President Trump. I wouldn't have picked him if I didn't think she was competent.
Exactly. And this is just really ridiculous. And, the Democrats are talking about saving democracy. Well, you know what? You put yourself in this pickle because you only allowed one candidate to be voted on. You didn't want anyone else. You only wanted Biden. And this is what you get. The Democrats, all they're thinking about is money and power. The Republicans probably so, but not as much as there were candidates in for the primaries. The last one was Nikki Haley, and she finally gave up after she figured, there's no way in hell I'm going to beat this guy. I'm voting on policies that have worked. And Trump's policies, rather as draconian as some folks may think they were for other groups, they worked for my benefit, for your benefit, and for the benefit of Democrats who refuse to acknowledge that. So, I am looking so forward to the RNC, and I really, really would love to be up to hear what they have to say, and listen to the people that they get up there. And didn't Biden pretty much say that about the DNC when their convention is? Didn't he say, let the delegates vote the way they want?
Yep.
Isn't that kind of in a roundabout way of saying, if you want to vote for someone else, go ahead?
That's pretty much exactly what he said. He said the delegates can do what they want, right. And that was yesterday. So, and if he's the snowball is rolling downhill as we speak, and it's growing bigger and bigger, and it's so many have said, let's get through this NATO gathering here. It's we're being viewed on the world stage. Let's get through this, and then we'll have down-to-earth discussions. We'll see if Joe takes the advice or not. You got the fundraisers backing out. It's a snowball rolling bigger and bigger by the moment. Scott sends an email about e-logs and exemptions. He said, I know I've sent this stuff before, but every time somebody speaks about safety and e-logs, it just makes the idea of an hours of service exemption for 8-year or 1 million mile milers an option. I think that would drop deaths involving large trucks by 10%, maybe more. It would only affect probably 10% of the drivers to start, but it would give everyone an incentive to drive safer. We all know how a few extra minutes or hours here and there would help out. I mean, you'd still have to run e-logs, but you would run as you want. The COVID stats speak for itself, and that's going back to where we had 3+ years of a national hours of service exemption for those that were moving all those supplies. The proverbial laundry list. There were a lot of drivers that were running without having to follow the hours of service during that COVID. Anyway, he said, I love the show, doing the Topeka to Goodland, Kansas, and back to Topeka for the next week. It's an easy 692 miles. Then he shared, which I recall, and we broke this down, for nearly 2.5 years. Now, this was all back in 2022. It had already been nearly 2.5 years when truck drivers hauling relief loads under the exemption for some of the hours of service regulations under the federal declaration. Although motor carriers utilized that waiver for thousands of trips, the FMCSA said that it was aware of only two crashes related to drivers operating under those exemptions. Both of them were single vehicle crashes. Neither yielded major injuries. That's it. 2. And I don't think those numbers changed at any point all the way up to the point of the federal emergency declaration coming to an end. Both of those crashes actually involved propane bobtail delivery trucks. One driver admitted to falling asleep, resulted in the driver losing control of the truck and rolling over. Minor injuries, no other vehicles were involved in that. In the second crash, the FMCSA said the driver admitted he was tired and backed into a building. No injuries or damages occurred in that incident, so neither one. It is 844-844-3388. Brain dead, I know it's the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, but we had our bid this week, so I'm going back on extra board, which is I never know when my Friday and when my Monday is going to be, Steve. So, wow, we got a lot of stuff in NASCAR, so let's get it cranking, shall we? Rodney Childers, he is now employed by Spire Motorsports to help crew chief Corey LaJoie. Say that 5 times real fast. As the current crew chief, Ryan Sparks, is going to take over as competition director. So, and by far, this is one of the best ideas decisions that Spire has done. I really feel that they're going to take off competition-wise. I mean, you could not have gotten a better name in the world of NASCAR than Rodney Childers as a crew chief. So, with that being said, there it is. Noah Gragson is going to Front Row Motorsports next season. Now, it's unknown which ride he's going to be picking up because, remember, they got that third charter this year, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So he is going to be bringing him he is going to be bringing a lot of money with him to help the team out. There also is Richard Childress. Now, there are rumors floating around that a lot of the people are unhappy that Austin Dillon needs to step out of the car. And I totally agree. He is having a real bad season. He's had a bad season for several years now. If Richard Childress is going to be competitive the way they was, because you remember Richard Childress back in the day, I mean, you show up as either them or Hendricks, one of the two that's going to be winning the races. They had that good of equipment. You want to take a break here and come back?
Yeah, we're good for the moment. I want you to tell me what you think about Bubba Wallace's $50,000 fine.
Oh, good question, Steve. I think it's justified because when you look at the dash camera footage and you see him hit Alex Bowman so hard that the wheel comes out of Alex's hand for a second or two, that is a big safety concern.
Mm-hmm.
And I think NASCAR hit it. The fine was, in my opinion, a little bit on the steep side. You know, a $50,000 fine, a little bit steep. I mean, my honest opinion. But quite honestly, though, yes. Now, remember we were talking about the whole Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott love tap. And there's no violation there. Well, quite honestly, if they had to fine everybody that did these love taps on the cool down,
then NASCAR would be making a whole boatload of money over it. But my personal opinion is Bubba Wallace needs to go. Now, Haley Deegan, thanks to Eagle for mentioning that Monday morning or Tuesday morning about Haley Deegan. I didn't catch that blurb because I knew she was going to be leaving after what we were talking about that day. But also, too, at the Chicago Street Course race, Joey Logano had to help the crew chief set up the car. Now, I'm sorry, but as a crew chief, you should know how to set up your car. The driver should not tell you how to set up the car. So, quite honestly, if AMR Racing wants to get a better, they need to get a better crew chief in there. Rodney Childers would have worked, but you know what? There's not a lot of money with the Xfinity teams. Now, Bubba Wallace does need to either step down or go, but it's like he's mediocre. I mean, he starts top 10, but he finishes 20th. And I know I caught a lot of flack Tuesday morning over what I said about Bubba Wallace. And I'll stand behind what I said about Bubba Wallace. Michael Jordan is not in this if he cannot make money and he cannot produce championships. And if he has somebody that's mediocre, they're gone. And it doesn't matter because when you look at Bubba Wallace came up through Petty Motorsports, what happened? He left Petty and went to 2311. Now, Denny Hamlin loves Bubba Wallace. I don't know what the infatuation is. I don't know if they go out and have tacos. Or wait a minute, this is Friday of Vermont, probably fish. But still, at the end of the day, it's performance and championships because you know and I know if one of these big money sponsors like McDonald's comes in and says, hey, you know what? Since Bubba Wallace is mediocre, either you got to get rid of him and get somebody better in here or we take our money. And last time I checked, we talked about this whole inflation word. They're going to do whatever they can to keep that money in the house. So, like I'm saying, if Bubba can't pick it up, he's going to be gone, and rightfully so, because he's only had one playoff race, and that was last year. And as of right now, even though he's 15th in points, if the playoffs were to start today, he would be 17th because Daniel Suarez and Austin Cindric have wins that would bump Bubba out of the playoff. Because he's had 6 top 10s and 3 top 5s and 3 DNFs so far this year. And I guarantee you Jordan is going to be looking to get rid of it. Now, I'm not saying he is, not saying he isn't. Mm-hmm. But watch for this. Watch for this. Because we have a whole lot of new young guns coming out here. We have Noah Gragstone. Well, he's going to front row. Never mind. We have Zane Smith, Christian Eccles, and Sam Mayer. These are 3 of the young guns that are coming up. They are very good. And these are the kids, these are the guys you're going to have to watch for because there are rumors floating around the 3rd seat over at Front Row Motorsports is going to be taken up by one of these 3. And when you really look at it, Zane Mayer, he signed a contract last year with Trackhouse, but he was loaned out to Spire. And this year he's not performed well. But give him time and give him the experience that Noah Gragstone and Todd Gilliland have. Who knows where he can be next year? Because he's in Xfinity. Now, the one I really would love to see come up is Christian X. E-C-K-E-S. He is setting the truck world on fire. And there is a difference between truck and cup. Yes, I give you that. But when you lead every race of the Nashville race this last time, and you have where's my note here? And I mean he's finished top 10 in the last 12 He's had 12 top 10s in the last 13 races. But that's the $1 million question. Can he jump from the truck to the Cup Series? That's the big question. And Sam Mayer, he is really good in Xfinity. I mean, he has 6 wins in the last 32 starts, but he also has got to bring a little bit of money with him to help fund his car. So
it's always about the money.
So anyway, Steve.
Yeah.
So what's your big plans for the weekend between Skullbuster and Pool?
I think you nailed it. I think it's going to be I think we're supposed to be about 90 degrees today and sunny conditions. I think it's time for a pool break. Open up the pool bar. Sound like a plan.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
A couple months ago, farmers in Saskatchewan stumbled on spacecraft fragments while they were prepping the fields for seeding. Sounds like something right out of a science fiction movie, but it really happened. And it sends a powerful warning. It's only a matter of time before somebody seriously hurt or killed by falling space junk. The Axiom Space private astronaut mission, AX-3, concluded safely on February 9 when the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule splashed down off the coast of Florida. Several weeks later, the Crew Dragon's cargo trunk re-entered the atmosphere over Canada after being abandoned in orbit prior to the capsule's return. The Federal Aviation Administration, charged with approving commercial spaceflight launches here in the U.S., has claimed that such trunks typically burn up during their re-entry. This is clearly not the case. Similar fragments, likely from the trunk of a different Crew Dragon mission, were found in North Carolina in May, including the smaller piece that actually landed on the roof of a house. Recall that? Trunk fragments were also found from the first operational Crew Dragon mission, with those pieces strewn over fields in New South Wales, Australia. So it's becoming pretty evident that deadly debris falls to the ground every time a Crew Dragon trunk re-enters, with pieces being found whenever this occurs, over an accessible area. These aren't small pieces either. I'm looking at some of the photos, some approaching the size of ping pong tables and weighing 100 pounds. That could easily cause substantial damage. Now, that's just part of the much bigger problem. Private or governmental, American or Chinese organizations involved with space launches regularly allow objects like these rocket bodies and satellites to re-enter uncontrolled, under the false premise that they're going to burn up or fall in the ocean. NASA allowed an old battery pallet to be released from the International Space Station, knowing it would re-enter uncontrollably. NASA said it should burn up completely, which also was proven wrong in March, when a potentially lethal fragment crashed through the roof, then the ceiling, then the floor of that home there in Florida. To date, nobody's been hurt by falling space junk, but as we launch more and more with each passing day, it's just a matter of luck. People are finding more and more pieces in or near inhabited areas all around the planet. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. I think Eagle wanted the follow-up. Jolly Green's online. Sergeant MacGyver, he says, I actually agree with Sundance. Say what? Okay. Pappy, and it's 844-3388. All right, the core of the big heat dome, responsible for many record highs in California, Nevada, beginning to shift eastward this weekend and into next week. Some all-time record highs were tied or broken at more than 50 locations in California and Nevada during the period from July 1st through July the 5th. It was downright scorching. Palmdale, California, hit 115, 119 in Redding, California. Las Vegas hit 120 degrees. Now, after highs close to 90 in Los Angeles midweek, you're cooling off a bit. Lower 80s forecast by the time you get to Sunday. Sacramento, high temperatures are going to trend from the 110s this past day to the mid-90s for high by early next week. Now, while the trends are down farthest to the west, those temperatures begin to rise further to the east. We'll see warming temperatures, Utah, Idaho, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Mexico next week. It is 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Joe Biden has insisted that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. But the president made two major gaffes on Thursday that are likely to fuel calls from Democrat lawmakers for him to stand aside. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
President Biden dominated headlines here for all the wrong reasons. Wrapping up the NATO summit, he welcomed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the stage.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He quickly corrected that mistake, but the damage was done. And then at a press conference later, he was asked if he had full confidence in his Vice President, Kamala Harris.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
He did not correct that faux pas. At the press conference, he demonstrated fluency in policy issues, particularly international affairs, but while he may have bought himself some time, CBS reports that scores of Democrats will this weekend call on him to stand down. Trump, who will officially become the Republican candidate at the end of next week's party convention in Milwaukee, will be delighted that Biden is politically wounded, but not out of the race yet.
China will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, his ministry said. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. Anant Ambani, who is the son of Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, will marry Radhika Merchant, the daughter of pharmaceutical tycoons. The event follows several extravagant celebrations in the run-up to the wedding, which have included performances by Justin Bieber and Rihanna. The wedding, which will include high-profile celebrities and politicians among its guests, is expected to cause disruption to travel in the city and has led to a backlash because of concerns about such an extravagant display of wealth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Workers at Samsung, one of the world's largest electronics manufacturers, have declared an indefinite strike in South Korea in an ongoing effort to secure pay rises and improved benefits. The news came on the same day that Samsung was unveiling a host of new products that it plans to put into the marketplace. But thousands of members of the National Samsung Electronics Union say they are now going to engage in a program of targeted disruption to the company's production lines. Tech correspondent Takara Small is monitoring the story from Toronto.
Samsung is a huge job creator. The company itself is responsible for just a little under a quarter of the country's GDP. So when you have a strike like this, it resonates, it reverberates. There are other businesses and vendors that will feel it. And they have done a really great job of reaching out to media around the world. I mean, they are using social media, they're using YouTube, and they're having training sessions to bring on board more people to strike and join for higher wages and more transparency around pay. Again, this is a sign and a symptom of, unions and strikes over pay that we're seeing globally. But when it comes to technology, it's quite astounding.
Samsung says it is negotiating in good faith and expressed confidence that the strike will not disrupt production. The vast majority of the company's employees are not members of the union and not participating in the industrial action. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Joe Biden insists that he is remaining in America's presidential race, saying that he is the best qualified person to defeat Donald Trump. China says it will never accept what it describes as the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. The wedding of the youngest son of Asia's richest man is set to be held in Mumbai on Friday, following months of lavish celebrations. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, everybody on the same page now, right? Welcome into a Friday TGIF. Hoping for a relaxing weekend, right? Roki checks in this morning. What do you got? She said, I'd like to see all that money we're giving Ukraine diverted to maybe schools, property taxes that would allow us to have more money to spend to drive our economy. Hello to Hillbilly Tex. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Off I-75 this Friday. Let's see. Buckeye Boy. Yep. Good to have you with us. Hello to Gary. I haven't seen Rick yet this morning. I think Eagle had a follow-up. What you got on your mind, Eagle? I think you wanted to talk something about the illegals and the potential terrorists entering our country. Is that right?
Yeah, I got something to say about that. But before I get to that, Steve, I want to talk about situation in Houston. Very bad situation in Houston. I thought things was improving, but from what I'm hearing, I've been looking at some videos while I was on hold with you, and I got some friends that still live in Houston. They're saying now, Steve, it's been about 4 or 5 days since the hurricane hit. And there's still people with electricity, over 1 million or 2 million people still. And now here's what's unbelievable, Steve, is that they're saying that the center point is the electrical company in Houston, and they're saying that they're having a dispute with the workers. They're not, the pay Centerport doesn't want to, all these different guys that have shown up from other states, that they're having a dispute about the pay of these guys. So they say that a lot of these guys are sitting there doing nothing. They're sitting there arguing about how much money they're going to get paid to turn the power on. Meanwhile, these people in Houston are still going without lights. And like I repeat myself, anybody that's been in Houston before during the summertime, they
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with your phone this morning there, Eagle, but something's a little amiss, as they say. All right, let's see what Jolly Green has on his mind Friday.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I heard Grump's phone call, and I had to call in. So let's begin with, what good is the Biden administration? What has his administration done for us in the 3 years he's been in office? Let's begin with Grump, and I would debate you on this. Let's talk about that the liberals and the Democrats out there must love paying high prices for gasoline and oil. All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the grocery prices going up, doubling in prices in the last 3 years. Let's talk about that. All right? So, I don't get, I want someone to tell me that I do know one good thing the Biden administration's done, and that was to put a cap on insulin. So I do know that he did do one thing that he said he was going to do. But I'm going to tell you right up front, as soon as he got in the office, first thing he did is he shut down the Keystone Pipeline. All right? Then he's standing pushing this green legislation agenda down our throat that will not work. Let's talk about stuff that we're talking about. Let's talk about an open border. We got a security problem. We don't know who's in this country. What about September 11th? Guys, I tell you, but it's going to happen again. Why? Because we've got people in this country and we don't even know who they are. We have to protect ourselves. Okay, let's talk about, Heatwave brought up about Ukraine. I agree with you 100%. Why are we giving all this money to Ukraine? Who cares? I got to be honest with you. Go back and look at the Vietnam War, the Korean War, the Middle East, going over there and helping all these people through the years. All right? I got to be honest with you. We are not the police of the world. We are not. It is time that other countries step up to the plate. I mean, Ukraine, I'd say that I don't care. It's none of our business. I don't care. I'll be honest with you. We need to take care of our retired Americans. We need to take care of the people who have served this country in the military. All right? We need to take care of the homeless. That's what we need to do. All right? Now, let's talk about truckers' pay. I have contend the Caveman, Sex Maniac and I both have driven in Caveman days. Well, I don't know about Sex Maniac, but I'm going to tell you, when I first started driving, I was making 8 cents a mile when I first started driving, okay? And I was running team back in, 8 cents a mile. Then when a couple years later, I went with CRST, and I topped out at 25 cents a mile. And that's what I was making driving for CRST. Then I went to Builders Transport, where I met Ugly Sex Maniac. There we were making 33 cents a mile, dedicated to one customer and one customer only. And now I'm with an LTL company, and of course Sex Maniac also works here. We have doubled in pay in the last 25, 26 years. So, Grump, I don't know what you're talking about, drivers not making enough money. Well, I'm going to tell you guys, the average line haul driver out on the road are making $100,000 a year and above. The average. All right? The problem is, Steve, we're living above our means. Okay? Well, let's talk about, I got drivers that I work with, Steve, that've got $350,000 homes. All right? They've got a $90,000 pickup truck, $50,000 RV, $7,500,000 bass boat. And then you ask yourself, why don't I have any money? Sex Maniac was telling me last night that his daughter and her husband, and I know that they work hard. I know them personally. I watched his daughter raise stuff from a child. And so the water heater goes out, $700. And so Sex Maniac had to give them $300 to have it installed. Now, see, the thing is, we're not living above our means, Steve. We've always, I had a headset that went out yesterday, another one, and to be honest with you, that headset was 5 to 10 years old, and so I had to get a new one. I did not charge it. I got it out of my checking account. Why? Because I'm almost totally out of debt, Steve. I have not lived above my means. I finally convinced my wife that it's time to stop giving money to our children, and it's time to tell our grown children who are 40 years old, it's time to tell them no. And I've been telling her that for the last 10 years. Finally, I got the point across, and now for the first time, we're actually living pretty good. Why? Our house is paid for. My pickup truck's paid for. Her car's paid for. We have one bill each left, and we'll be totally out of debt. I'll be totally out of debt this year. My wife will be totally out of debt next year. So I don't get what Grump is talking about, that drivers are not making enough money. If you're not making enough money, then maybe you got the wrong job.
Yeah.
Maybe you're working for the wrong truck.
And you're saying Grump. I think you meant Sundance, right? Sundance.
Okay. And Steve, you and I've been talking for years, and I have worked for just a handful of trucking companies, and I'm going to tell you right front, I'm glad I work for who I work for. The LTL companies, UPS is another one. You can make extremely good money out here today if you go with the right companies. And he's talking about owner-operators. I know that the owner-operators, like Grump and some of the other ones that call in, are struggling because of the high fuel prices and because of the the low pay or whatever. But I know that a friend of mine worked for Landstar, and he actually made pretty good money because he would pick the right loads. And he was doing real well because he was smart. You got to be a smart businessman if you're going to be an owner-operator. But I like working for who I'm working for. I don't have to worry about our equipment, and they pay us extremely well. I am very, very happy with the money I make. And I hate to tell you guys, if you don't listen to Dave Ramsey on the radio or on YouTube, you should, because he's actually has got a lot of good ideas, and I actually follow a lot of Dave Ramsey's ideas.
When you mentioned that you were going to be totally out of debt, I about said, I said, well, Dave Ramsey would be proud of you, Jolly Green. That's great. So he's following Dave Ramsey's advice. The guy does have great advice. Yeah, I mean, some of the people that call into him, talking about, I've got 17 credit cards. I've got $20,000 in credit card debt. And it's just, how do I get out of this? How did you get into this? Right? What do you say, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I don't own one credit card. Got some debit cards, but I don't have a credit card.
Debit card's only good for as much as you got in the bank.
Steve, if you ain't got the money, don't buy it.
Yep.
It's done me well in the last 15 years, I guess. So I'm, the reason I say that because I have no credit card debt. Man, Steve, old Sundance, listen, man, he needs to dust off the metal detector, go back to hunting gold, get out of truck driving, he'd be a much happier man. I think his blood pressure would go down a little bit. I guess the little news conference, the big point conference tonight, touch on what Jolly Green said here in a second. But, Steve, two flat-out lies. He said the border crossings are down since he took office. That's exactly what he said. Unbelievable. And he said inflation is down from 3 years ago. Whew. Now, what he just said is, we can't be policing the world anymore, man. Well, that's not what Biden said tonight. He flat out said, we are the power, we need the police. I don't know if he actually said police.
From the
what he was
protect.
saying is
we've got to protect the world.
Yeah. And he said we are safer now due to NATO expanding, getting closer and closer and closer to Russia. And we're safer now than ever We're on the brink of a nuclear war, man. But we're safer, Steve. Whew. Man, listen, I hate to keep harping on this SAVE Act. Bongino talked about it, a little bit about it today. But Steve, senators, man. So it passed the House, and now it's going to the Senate. Biden already said he would veto it.
Mm-hmm.
But these buffoons, Steve, that we're voting for. Let me pause for a second. You know, to be honest, Steve, I was not into politics like I have been since, say, Trump took office in 2016. I mean, I paid attention, you know, but I wasn't as much into it as I am now. And that's because I kind of woke up, you know. And that's Sundance's problem, is he just ain't woke up, and he's never going to wake up. He talked about the cows being a cow. Yeah, Steve, that's because you keep voting for the same people. And I'll say it again. Trump was never a politician. I was so tired of politicians, all of them. All of them. Just done with them. Is the reason Trump, my man. But back onto the SAFE Act. So we got two senators out here. The first one is this lady from Virginia, Jennifer McClellan. See, she stood up there and talked about how racist this is. Specifically said the word racist if we let this go through. And this other buffoon lady, senator from Pennsylvania, Summer Lee, I think her name was.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, she stood up and gave these percentages, okay? I can't remember what the percentages were, but she gave the percentages of American citizens that don't have a driver's license for an ID to be able to vote. And she gave a percentage on American citizens that can't get the proper documents, in other words, a birth certificate or whatever, to obtain a state ID. Therefore, this SAVE Act is defranchising citizens from being able to vote. Steve, I don't know. I got to put her in the league with what's his name and with the island going to tip over. The SAVE Act has nothing to do with American citizens. It specifically addresses the illegal non-citizens. But she kept giving a percentage that it's going to disenfranchise people from voting. Yeah, illegals. Steve, it just blows my mind, the stupidity of some of these people that are running our country. Steve, think of this, the irony of this. They're starting to come out again, a little bit of chatter about Russia interfering with our elections.
Yeah, and what are they saying? They're saying Russia wants to boost Trump. Now, why in the hell would Russia want Trump? That's the diabolical opposite of what they would want.
Steve, would we let Putin come over here and vote? That's the thing. They're talking about all this Russian interference and stuff, but they want non-citizens of this country to vote. Well, and Bongino pointed this out, and I want to bring it up. I think we touched on this before. We talked about in New York a couple of these places that these illegals were going to and signing up, and they're getting debit cards and all this kind of crazy stuff. So you got an illegal that crosses the border, right? He's already committing a crime. So the Democrats allow these criminals to sign up for government assistance. Steve, on these forms they fill out for federal assistance, there's a box on this form. It says, if you're a citizen, check this box. If they check that box, And there's no requirement to prove you're a citizen or not. All you got to do is check that box. If you check that box, a ballot is created for that person.
Right. And then they could be mailed out for mail-in.
Well, the problem is, these crooked cheaters, do you think that the illegals are actually going to get that ballot, or do you think these cheaters are going to fill out that ballot for that person and then submit it or mail it in?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem here. They're creating ballots that can be fraudulently filled out. Bongino said something today, and I'm like, dude, is he like reading my mind? Remember several weeks ago, Steve? I swore I brought this up on the show. Maybe I didn't. But I was like, dude, we need to back off on Biden a little bit, man. Because we want to run against him. We need to stop bashing him so hard, man. He might force him out. And we don't want him out. And Bongino was kind of saying that today.
I mean, I have a sneaky suspicion, though, the way everything's sounding now, that between now, like Manchin saying we'll know by Sunday, I think that he's going to be out. I really do.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, I got your email today if you want to talk about that. I don't know if you sent that. I want to talk about it on the air about.
Now, what I'm trying to remember, that
October
was
surprise.
Yeah, right.
The October surprise.
If Biden can convince Zelensky to sit down and talk with Putin and maybe come to some sort of a resolution, that would, we ended the war. Would that be a big October surprise?
At first, Steve, I thought, listen, man, the military-industrial complex is not going to let that happen. However, started thinking about it a little bit more. Say if Biden is going to be the man come November, right? Which there's a chance that could happen. If they really think, oh man, all right, we're going to lose. Trump is going to cut off the money. He's going to force Zelensky to make a deal with Russia. Why don't we go ahead and do it? It might save the election.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get out there and say, hey, Biden was able to put a stop to the Ukraine war, put Putin in his place. Because Trump's going to do it anyway if he gets elected. And when I was thinking, what is the military-industrial complex? Would they let that happen? Well, they just might.
Okay.
What comes next, Steve? What comes next?
Yeah, I want you to pause right there because, I mean, there's another headline from this past day that's kind of like almost already spelling that out.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Morea-Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Joe Biden has vowed to finish the job in a press conference that had more vitality and vigour than his debate performance 2 weeks ago. He said that he was just going to keep moving. He said the gravity of the situation, the state of the economy, foreign policy and the domestic division compelled him to stay in the race. On the whole, he spoke in full sentences and didn't lose his train of thought. But everyone was watching for gaffes, and there was one, mixing his own vice president with his rival Donald Trump. And he said there was only one situation in which he would consider dropping out, if the poll said there was no way he could win. But he said no poll says that.
China will never accept the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, according to his ministry. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
Houston hospitals are backed up and ambulances waiting hours to drop off new patients. This as more than 1 million customers are still without power in sweltering heat, and heat-related emergencies rise. Tony Waterman has more.
Part of the problem is that there is a backup in discharging patients. Doctors don't want to send people who are still recovering to homes with no electricity. And because space is so limited inside, ambulances have been waiting hours to drop off new patients. The lieutenant governor said that even a police officer who had been shot had difficulty getting a room. To ease the bottleneck, officials have deployed additional ambulances and have set up 250 beds inside a Houston arena. Energy provider CenterPoint is aiming to restore power to another 750,000.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application. All made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, picking up right where we left off there. Mentioning someone had emailed me this past morning, and I shared that email with Pappy, something about an October surprise. Looking to save the Democrats. We're going to end the war. A headline from Newsmax says Ukraine is seeking a second summit before the U.S. elections in November, hoping to reach a peaceful settlement in its war with Russia, this time with representatives from Moscow actually attending. That was reported by Bloomberg this past day. Speaking at the Reagan Institute in D.C., Vladimir Zelensky said, urged the U.S. to help organize the second summit to make it more powerful and truly decisive. The first summit took place in Switzerland last month. It included representatives from more than 90 countries. Russia was not involved. Several nations sent lower-level delegations. Ukraine's bid to win over key nations from the global south faltered. Some declined to sign on to a statement. Many other nations, as well as China, which did not attend the summit, have long argued that Russia should be part of the talks. China has put forward its own proposals, along with Brazil, to end the war. The Bloomberg report says Russia is open to dialogue, but it's necessary to understand what it's about, according to the Kremlin spokesman. There's a sense of urgency on Ukraine's part to organize the summit before the U.S. elections because of the chance of Donald Trump returning to the White House. Trump has boasted that should he win in November, he would end the war by the time he's inaugurated in January. I mean, now that just came out yesterday, Pappy. It almost sounds like that may be coming into play.
Well, when I thought about it, it would stop the money flow, but then a little thing in my head went off, Steve. I remember them talking about Ukraine and the future in Ukraine. $300 billion. So what's next if they convince and get a peace talk and stop the war? What's next? They're going to come out and say, now it's time to rebuild
Ukraine, yes.
The territory not occupied by Russia. We need to rebuild. Yes, sir. I don't know, Steve. The more I think about it, it could be a possibility. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Always Moving sent me a link to one of Trump's campaign commercials. And Steve, listen, man. I'm old, man. I don't know if I get emotional in my old age or whatnot. These are things that really upset me maybe 20, 30 years ago, wouldn't it? Not upset me, but just, get to me a little bit, touch the heart a little bit. I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but it's pretty warm. And it brought me back. I think I said this a couple of weeks ago, a month or so ago. This Biden people, man, they are up against Trump. He ran The Apprentice for how many seasons? How many people did he have on the show doing all these projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
To where you had to be the best or you were going to get fired. But Steve, they're not in the major leagues, man. There's no way in hell that the Biden campaign could even think about matching Trump's campaign when it comes to being able to articulate, put something out there that's going to touch people. They're out of the league, man. Mark my words, you just watch. I thought the difference between the Democrat convention from 2020 and the Republican convention to the Republicans just blew them out of the water. But yet we're told he got more Trumps, Biden got more Trumps, more votes than Obama. And listen, George Clooney sent Obama a message saying, hey, I'm going to dog out Biden. And Obama's like, well, free world, you're allowed to do.
Right.
You don't think Obama is behind this? Like Bongino says, man. And listen, Steve, you're talking to a man. When he tells you something, sometimes he can't give specifics about how these two hate each other. But he explained it this way. When you're in the room with these people, right, as a Secret Service agent, and you hear the inside talk, when you're riding in a limo with the president and who he is with and how the conversations go down, you know you got the inside scoop, man. There was one time they pushed him. It was probably about a year ago. But Steve, they are after him too, man. Just like Stephen K. Bannon, Alex Jones. Trust me, if they can get Bongino, they will. I think it would be a mistake to go after him, but he made a comment. Don't push me, because there's things I know that I would really never disclose. But when you push a man so far, so maybe that's why they won't go after him. What does that man know? All right. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. Everybody enjoy the weekend. It is TGIF, and I go back to work tomorrow night. Or tonight, I should say, I guess. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Just everybody be safe, man. Stock up on food and water. Peace, Steve.
That's always the final message there. All right. Hey, a couple of Dumbass of the Week nominees. Starting Dateline, Columbus, Ohio, where the police released body camera video showing the arrest of a man who had hamsters in his pants after breaking into a pet store and two other businesses early Tuesday morning. Just after 3 a.m., officers discovered the restaurant that had been broken into. Video evidence shows a man with long hair wearing leopard print pajamas inside. A nearby Petland store was also broke into, with several animals seen running around in the parking lot. Police recovered 2 dogs, multiple birds, a hamster, and at least 2 bunnies. Famous footwear store was also broken into about 4:45. Officers found the man, police later identified as Matthew Pancake, sleeping on a bench near the Big Lots. Body cam video shows multiple officers surrounding him as he sleeps on the bench. An officer grabs him off the bench, tells him he's under arrest, asks several times what was happening, and officers told him he was under arrest for breaking and entering. As officers searched him, they found 4 hamsters and bedding in his leopard-printed pajamas. There's multiple gerbils in his pants, you can hear one officer say. Do you have any more gerbils? The gerbils were later identified as hamsters. Officers took pictures of the hamsters before returning them to the store. He was treated for injuries suffered while allegedly breaking into one of the stores. Judge set the bond at $10,000 during his arraignment on Wednesday. I don't know. Gerbils, huh? Lakeland, Florida. Polk County deputies say a 34-year-old Marcus Jenkins of Lakeland was found asleep in the driver's seat of his car at the Taco Bell drive-thru. The car was running, it was in drive, and his foot was on the brake, but he smelled of alcohol. So that late-night Taco Bell visit turned into, in addition to DUI charges, they found cannabis and a significant amount of fentanyl in the car. According to Florida law, Jenkins could face a minimum of 25 years and a $500,000 fine for having more than 28 grams of fentanyl in his possession. Now, this was just his 18th arrest in Polk County in 17 years. Previous arrests included battery, burglary, drug charges. So he was just a fine, upstanding citizen. And what is it with people trying to steal or smuggle animals? A man trying to smuggle 104 live snakes in his pants was caught at a Chinese border this week. The animal trafficker had tried to skirt through a no-declaration channel at a port. Upon inspection, officers discovered 6 sealed bags containing a variety of exotic snakes, including milk snakes, western hognose snakes, corn snakes, Texas rat snakes, and bull snakes. The accompanying video showed a couple of border agents holding up large transparent bags filled with the multicolored live reptiles, often sought as exotic pets. While none of them were venomous, at least 4 of the species were considered alien to China, which would constitute a violation of Chinese biosafety laws. Okay, of course, China, they don't specify what his punishment is going to be, but okay, quick time out. We return the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back to the calls here on a Friday. I'm not seeing a name. Is it Mark by chance, or?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, sir. What can we do for you?
Well, first thing I was going to say was, ooh, I got a gerbil at my butt neck.
Okay. Thank you so much for checking in there, Mark. Let's move to Dan. Hello, Dan. We caught that one quick.
Yeah. I was listening to Jolly Green talking about, expenses and people spending money. And I look at it a little bit differently. I'm older than he is. And, what younger people, what they're faced with in getting farming families and buying homes is a lot different in relationship to the wages that we made and I made when I started out my wife and I got married in 1968. Bought our first home in 1971. And, homes you could buy, got a very nice home for $20,000, $25,000. now the average price of a home is nationwide is $400,000.
Yes.
And so and to find a used vehicle, or if you can find them, I mean, Steve, I see pickup trucks with 75 to 100,000 miles on them, and they want $50,000 for them, late model. So they're faced with some challenges. Apartments. I have two, a home there and one in Memphis, but the one in St. Louis, apartments, unless they're in a very high crime neighborhood, a 2-bedroom apartment is going to cost you between $1,500 and $2,000 a month. So there's an expenses that, and I'm not saying this, but the incomes have not caught up with what the expenses are. Health insurance. If you're over 65, you can still be working. Now, in my particular case, we are union and we get our health insurance without paying for it weekly. You get the health insurance, and it's a very good plan. But a lot of people are paying between $200 and $500 per week for family coverage for health insurance. And you go on and on and on, and and I do listen to Dave Ramsey and credit a lot of things that positive things that I've made in my own particular life. And my wife was very well employed, more so than me, economically. And so that, I keep that in mind, and I don't mind helping my kids out because of that, and we're able to. But I just don't think it's a fair criticism. It's not to say, go ahead and cut your expenses. Well, where's the person going to live? It's easy to criticize people. I mean, again, I don't know how long ago he said his home's paid for. I don't know how long ago he bought it, and I don't know what price he paid for it. But where I live at, I've owned my home since 1998, which is 26 years. I paid $285 for it. Those homes are selling for the high 6 and low 700s. And if they lower the interest rates, what are they going to go up to now? And those homes are getting close to the half-century mark, 50 years old. And I'm saying that from maintenance standpoint.
Right.
So I just think that when people talk about more wages, I don't know. I mean, I see where they're coming from. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know what the average wage, hourly wage is, but I do know that some nurses, it's not uncommon for a nurse to make between $50 and $60 an hour. A registered nurse, BSRN. I know that firsthand because of my wife and family members. And that's what they make. And so, but a lot of people are making between $20 and $30 an hour. So I mean, I don't know what the suggestion is, but I don't think it's just cut your expenses. And I don't think Dave Ramsey, well, he says, a lot of times he says, can you get a part-time job? And a lot of people have gone to Uber and to become rideshare drivers and food delivery. Dave's constant refrain is, or is one of the things he goes to, is deliver pizzas, although that's being cut back. So I mean that you don't have that. I just find it. I find it. People my age and his age, we're in the same age group, but they'll give this stuff to people. You just need to cut your expenses. Well, you go find a house for under $400,000. I mean, I sold a home that it was a home that I intended to live in but never did, and it was really in kind of a bad area. and I knew that. But I paid $85,000 for it, and I used to joke and say when it gets to $150,000, I'm going to dump it. Well, I sold it for $175,000, and didn't really do a lot to it other than I think the proverbial hot water heater or something like that, whatever the inspection showed and or revealed. But those homes are now selling for over $200,000.
Wow.
Yeah. And they're in a major St. Louis, Missouri, but not the greatest area. And we were thinking of downsizing and going there. And we knew the limitations of it, and then just never moved into it and decided to get rid of it. And we didn't have any trouble getting rid of it. And I just think that we're in a spiral here in this country. I don't know what's going to make it end. I mean, what's going to bring down housing prices is something that's very wrong, or not wrong, but it happens, is foreclosures. And what's going to bring them down is high unemployment because people can't afford to buy. And I don't recommend that, but I don't know what else is going to stop this. I mean, I saw something the other day. Oh, I was outside Nashville, and a company from up your way called Ryan Homes. Have you ever heard of that?
Absolutely, yes.
They're building a couple maybe more than two in the Nashville area, and the homes start at $375, brand new homes. It says starting at $380,000.
Wow.
Well, that's a pretty damn good deal. You understand what I'm saying? For a brand new home in a booming area. Now, they're not in Nashville per se. They're, like the further suburbs, the outlying suburbs, coming in on 65. And then I saw one down, I think, on 24. But, I mean, that's a positive sign. But where I live out in West St.
It's hard to imagine to say $380,000 is a good deal. Good price for a new home, right? Hey, we got to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-10 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria-Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Joe Biden has vowed to finish the job in a press conference that had more vitality and vigour than his debate performance 2 weeks ago. He said that he was just going to keep moving. He said the gravity of the situation, the state of the economy, foreign policy and the domestic division compelled him to stay in the race. On the whole, he spoke in full sentences and didn't lose his train of thought. But everyone was watching for gaffes, and there was one, mixing his own vice president with his rival Donald Trump. And he said there was only one situation in which he would consider dropping out, if the poll said there was no way he could win. But he said no poll says that. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
China will never accept the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, according to his ministry. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
Houston hospitals are backed up and ambulances waiting hours to drop off new patients. This as more than 1 million customers are still without power in sweltering heat, and heat-related emergencies rise. Tony Waterman has more.
Part of the problem is that there is a backup in discharging patients. Doctors don't want to send people who are still recovering to homes with no electricity. And because space is so limited inside, ambulances have been waiting hours to drop off new patients. The lieutenant governor said that even a police officer who had been shot had difficulty getting a room. To ease the bottleneck, officials have deployed additional ambulances and have set up 250 beds inside a Houston arena. Energy provider CenterPoint is aiming to restore power to another 750,000 customers by Sunday night, which would still leave hundreds of thousands in the dark.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Workers at Samsung, one of the world's largest electronics manufacturers, have declared an indefinite strike in South Korea in an ongoing effort to secure pay rises and improved benefits. The news came on the same day that Samsung was unveiling a host of new products that it plans to put into the marketplace. But thousands of members of the National Samsung Electronics Union say they are now going to engage in a program of targeted disruption to the company's production lines. Tech correspondent Takara Small is monitoring the story from Toronto.
Samsung is a huge job creator. The company itself is responsible for just a little under a quarter of the country's GDP. So when you have a strike like this, it resonates, it reverberates. There are other businesses and vendors that will feel it. And they have done a really great job of reaching out to media around the world. I mean, they are using social media, they're using YouTube, and they're having training sessions to bring on board more people to strike and join for higher wages and more transparency around pay. Again, this is a sign and a symptom of, unions and strikes over pay that we're seeing globally. But when it comes to technology, it's quite astounding.
Samsung says it is negotiating in good faith and expressed confidence that the strike will not disrupt production. The vast majority of the company's employees are not members of the union and not participating in the industrial action. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. He again stated that he was the best qualified person to lead the Democratic ticket in November's election. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. In London, I'm Nina Maria Potts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, kick off that final hour. We left off there. We were chatting with Dan about home prices. Got an email in regards to home prices. Cause the price of everything being up. New homes. Remember when we talked about the price of lumber skyrocketing a couple of years ago? I think it has moderated some, but even Monkey Gouger brought that up here just a few weeks ago. I said, have you seen the lumber prices? If Trump can get this economy back and rolling, inflation down, interest rates not too low but not too high, I think things might level out. That's the best we can hope for, because there's no hope with these buffoons in office right now, or if the Democrats win in November. What do you think, Dan?
Well, Steve, here's the situation, and I know this because I'm a co-owner of a business. You buy something like a home, not a home business, we're not into that, probably something worse, but you buy a home or real estate, that's what you bought it at. And that just doesn't come down overnight. There's people out there sitting on homes that they've overpaid the prices for. They have. And they're sitting at 7% loans on a 30-year loan. Well, how do you get that price? They couldn't sell that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If prices start falling, that doesn't mean they're off the hook for the mortgage. And if they want to sell it and get out of it, well, what do they do? They can walk away. That's why we had that downturn in 2007. And home prices were falling and people were letting the foreclosures occur. And the same thing holds true for automobile loans. People overpay for anything where they've got a loan out on it. Well, they can say, well, the value of the car's gone down. You still owe for the car. So I don't know. People aren't moving because some people have got 3% loans, and they're not going to sell their home. And if they do sell their home, they want sky-high money because whatever they want to buy, or if they want to go into an apartment, they're going to have to pay a lot more than they would before. It is a vicious cycle, and I don't pretend to know the answer to it.
Mm-hmm.
I do know this, and I will make this statement, and I'm not going to be wrong about it. You start messing around with this income tax stuff and take away the President Trump tax thing, 90% of people are filing standard deductions. No more of this itemization stuff. And I don't know about you, 90% of the people, I can't come up, my wife and I cannot come up with $28,000 of a standard deduction.
Correct.
I can't come up with that, and I don't think most people can. Well, 90%. And if Biden wants to raise taxes. He wants to make people who have these low interest mortgage rates, I guess, pay more. In other words, he wants to take this away. And it is a classic example of, let's face it, mortgage companies at 3%, when rates were high, what do they always tell you? I mean, when rates were 7% and you couldn't have the standard deductions these high, well, you can take it off your taxes. Don't worry about it. You can deduct the interest off your taxes, which that's not true. You deduct it off your income. But my call, though, was based on the fact that I do not like when people from an unlevel fair playing game, they come back and criticize younger people as being overspending. Well, tell them where to buy that cheaper house. Tell them where to get that $25,000 pickup used. I agree with that about you don't have to buy an $80,000 pickup, but to buy a car nowadays, a new car, a compact's going to cost you $25,000. Let me give you an example. I bought a Nissan Sentra, a 2018, for $12,000. It had 10,000 miles on it. It had 18,000. My son was in law school and he was driving it. He put 47,000. He got up to 47,000 miles on it. The dealer bought it back from us 2.5 years later for $4,000 more than we paid for the car. And we didn't like it because it rode like a cattle car. It was very small, a Sentra. And so, I mean, I don't know if they do that today, but they needed the car.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. And then, it's like people that tell me from these big cities where you have a lot of illegal aliens coming in, that the price of the homes or the rental properties are going up so much because these people are getting vouchers. I saw a sign in outside St. Louis County in the suburbs on an apartment thing, "We welcome vouchers." Well, what kind of voucher are you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, who gets a voucher? Yeah, one correction that Grump made, I don't know if when you get SSI, I believe you also get Medicare. He said Medicaid,
mm-hmm.
but I think you get Medicare. And it's one of the things I believe that's hurting the Medicare. I'm not on Medicare because I have employer-furnished health insurance. It's one of the reasons I'm working at my age. But I just thought I'd bring that up. Again, I don't want to be disrespectful to one of your callers, but I do want to present a different position. I know you have kids that have started out, and I think your son bought a house one time, and he put it on the market. I think you said he had to get out because he sold it right away.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And, I mean, people were waiting in line, and they might have given him more than what the
asking price was. Correct. Yep.
Yeah, right. And there's these bidding wars. And when you have that, like I said, in my subdivision, I paid $285. And that home that's got the sale pending, which means it is sold for $680.
Wow.
Or $680 or $675, and the sign wasn't up a week. And my neighbor and I both say the same thing. When they get to be $1 million, we're gone. You know what I'm saying? I'll figure out something to live in. So I mean, it's got to come to an end, and I don't know of anybody at this point better to straighten our country out. But I'm like Pappy, it's not going to be overnight. I think President Trump I know President Trump, if he becomes 47, if he comes into office, he's got much tougher conditions to deal with than what you know what I'm saying, what he did when he came in 2016. It's very difficult circumstances.
And they're trying to tell us, Dan, all these difficult circumstances are Donald Trump's fault from when he left in 2020.
Well, did you listen to that news conference? The only reason I'm asking, I can't stand, as I told you last night, to listen to the man. You know what I'm saying? And the media. But did anybody ask him, do you want to take back or correct the fact that you said that there were no American soldiers that lost their lives under your presidency? Did anybody ask that question? Because what they're saying is now President Trump's lies. Trump's lies. Well, what is that with Biden? That's not a lie? Or when he talks about inflation was, although he's not saying that as much anymore, but when he says it was 9% when I came into office, which it wasn't, it was 1.25%. Well, you understand what I'm saying? Did anybody? I'm asking you. Did anybody ask that question?
I didn't actually.
About why you said this about
I didn't get to catch the press conference. I'm just hearing the same thing you are with some of the highlights. So.
Yeah. Well. Anyway. Well, I appreciate you're my you're my go-to source for media during the day, mainly because I work nights too. So. Yeah, I'd like to ask the man that. You know, you'd think somebody would have said to him, why don't you have a little bit of compassion for those families, 16 of them that I'm aware of, that lost their lives during your presidency. And you said no one lost their lives. And really, both Monkey Gouger and Grump said, I can't believe Americans. Well, you know what? There's some dumbass people out there, and I'm afraid that vote for these people. And people that really don't care. And like Grump's saying about the woman that works in the restaurant, she won't believe him. She'll believe that Biden did all these great things.
Yep.
So, well, anyway, Steve, I appreciate the show, and I'll talk to you maybe Monday or Tuesday.
Have a great weekend, Dan. Thanks for chiming in. Thanks for listening. And then talking about the median price, $400,000 to buy a home these days. I mean, that's the headlines that I've been seeing. I said, what kind of a payment? A monthly payment. I did a quick search. So if you take a 30-year mortgage at 7%, it's like $2,661 a month. Of course, if you have to have, say, 7% down, that equates to like $28,000 down. How many people out there can afford to buy a damn house? The same $400,000, if you can get a 6% interest rate, it'll run you $2,398 a month, $2,400 a month just for your mortgage. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I guess Lobster had to go. We lost Lobster. Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for letting me back in. I got a few questions for old Son Dunce out there talking about his ELD. You know, the other night when I had called you, was talking to you about something else. Right after I hung up, my mind just went completely haywire. So I had to pull over, and I called the people that service these days. They got a 24-hour line, and he's trying to talk to it. He said, on my side of it, I'm not seeing anything wrong with it. But he says the screen's black, right? I said, yeah, I can't do nothing. I can't stop it. I can't start it. I can't do nothing. He says, well, he says, tell you the only thing you could do is just pull it out, lay it in the seat, let the battery run down, and then it'll take about 2 or 3 hours. Call me back, and we'll try to restart it. Now, Steve, I was running close on hours right then when this thing was going on. And so I was going to stop and, take a break and everything. Couldn't do nothing. I had to get on down to where I was going because I couldn't stop it. When I got stopped, shut down, and we got this thing powered back up because they couldn't shut it down, I was 2 minutes from going in violation. Now, this ain't the first time this has happened with this thing. These things are not foolproof. And then when you do have trouble with them, you got to go somewhere that to get it fixed or whatever, because you ain't got 10 days to get it fixed, to get it back in operation after it goes out. So yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Other question I got for old son Dunce, what has Joe Biden done for the American people? Not a damn thing. Now, there used to be a fella that used to call your show right regular, old Fat Rat. You remember Fat Rat?
I do, yes. Mm-hmm.
His favorite saying was, the Democrats could run a jackass and they'd vote for him. Well, guess what? They're living proof of what Fat Rat preached for years on this show. They got a brain-dead dumbass up there, and they still gonna vote for him. That shows you the mentality of the people in this Democratic Party. They're not worried about what's happening to this country. They could care less. They don't know. And if they think that old Joe Biden is going to help them, or like Son Dunce was talking, he was blaming people for what they done to him. He ought to look at that damn political party that he's supporting. Them's the ones that screwed you over, buddy. Them's the ones that got you hurting right now. Them's the people that put the screws to you. High diesel fuel prices, high equipment prices. Steve, I don't know if anybody's priced in a set of truck tires besides the ones that's made over there in China, but that's just one brand. Yokohama, 8 of them, $4,500. 2 years ago, 3 years ago under Trump, I could have bought them same 8 tires for about $3,100. With trade in, probably come out the door about 25. So yeah, Son Dunce, I often wonder if you and that aggravating damn minister ain't brothers, because both of you is a bunch of dumbasses. And Steve, let me ask you one other thing. We got to do something with this news deal, man. It's pitiful.
You don't like those British accents?
Well, Steve, I ain't throwing off on the Britain people, but the thing about it is, for the first 3 hours of the program, they were running damn Joe Biden under the bus, and then right at the top of the hour break, they come on there, oh yeah, Joe Biden had a great interview today on his 90-minute interview. He was making full sentences and being coherent stuff. I thought, what the hell is going on here? So, I volunteer. They send me the news in the afternoon. I will read the damn news. They might not like my southern accent, but I won't change in midstream, I promise you. So, anyway, enjoy your weekend, buddy. And Son Dunce, you named him right, Son Dunce. You need to wake up, sonny boy, and smell the roses, and get off of that plantation and come on over to the winning side. Steve, you know what I like to tell people? Can you imagine where we would be at right now if Donald Trump hadn't got cheated out them 4 years. We were energy independent. I mean, we would turn the corner. I mean, we was dominating the oil industry. We had them old people over yonder, OPEC and them screaming bloody murder. You know? And I mean, he done that in 4 years. It's going to take him a little while to get it straightened out, but there's no doubt in my mind the man can do it if we'll just give him the tools, get him a House and a Senate that'll work with him, and go take off, man. We can get this done. We put America right back on track.
All right, Gouger. Well, I guess that's the best we can hope for. Have fun getting back to the Marina Del Rey, right? Because that's where he's heading. I guess we'll call it, let's see, this would go under the heading of throwing good money after bad. And the fact that it's the taxpayer dollars. The latest from the Biden Energy Department yesterday, Thursday, announcing nearly $2 billion will be released to save at-risk or shuttered plants if they convert to electric vehicles across swing states like Michigan or Pennsylvania. Are we trying to buy some votes? $2 billion coming from the Inflation Reduction Act, commonly referred to as the Climate Change Bill. As they try to combine manufacturing and climate change policies, the funds will be used to help with conversions and retooling projects across 8 states to make electric vehicles and other related parts. Now, some of the 11 facilities that will receive funding are swing states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Virginia. General Motors, Stellantis, Volvo, Harley-Davidson, and suppliers such as American Auto Parts will receive this funding. Biden officials say this will ensure over 15,000 union workers keep their jobs and create approximately 3,000 jobs. This would help enable over 1 million electrified light-duty vehicles annually, including hybrid and fully electric vehicles. The largest single grant is going to General Motors' Lansing Grand River plant. It'll be among several GM plants that can build electric vehicles and components, including Factory Zero in Detroit, Orion Assembly in Michigan, Spring Hill Manufacturing in Tennessee, Fairfax Assembly in Kansas, and Toledo Propulsion in Ohio. GM committed to investing $1.25 billion at the Lansing plant on future electric vehicle production last fall as part of the new contract with the UAW. But since all that's taken place, never mind the fact that all these electric vehicle manufacturers are cutting back their plans, or cutting back. They've got the cart ahead of the horse. The grants to the automakers also represent an attempt by the Biden administration to push the auto industry to continue producing and selling vehicles that people don't want because they're not selling. Vehicles that otherwise lose money. The Boston Consulting Group found that U.S. automakers lose $6,000 on every $50,000 electric vehicle they sell in America.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Morea-Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has given an almost hour-long press conference in which he refused to suspend his re-election bid. It comes as more lawmakers in his party raise concerns about his mental fitness for the job. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Joe Biden has vowed to finish the job in a press conference that had more vitality and vigour than his debate performance 2 weeks ago. He said that he was just going to keep moving. He said the gravity of the situation, the state of the economy, foreign policy and the domestic division compelled him to stay in the race. On the whole, he spoke in full sentences and didn't lose his train of thought. But everyone was watching for gaffes, and there was one, mixing his own vice president with his rival Donald Trump. And he said there was only one situation in which he would consider dropping out, if the poll said there was no way he could win. But he said no poll says that. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
China will never accept the unfounded accusations made against it at the NATO summit this week in Washington. Foreign Minister Wang Yi said to his Dutch counterpart over a phone call, according to his ministry. The NATO summit said Beijing continues to pose systemic challenges to Europe and to security. Laura Westbrook has more.
This was a phone call between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Dutch counterpart, where he said that China will never accept baseless accusations from NATO. He's also gone on to say that he wants China to be on an equal footing with NATO. This comes after, for the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks in Ukraine. Following this NATO summit, NATO and its allies have made clear that they do see China as an increasing focus of this military alliance.
Houston hospitals are backed up and ambulances waiting hours to drop off new patients. This as more than 1 million customers are still without power in sweltering heat, and heat-related emergencies rise. Tony Waterman has more.
Part of the problem is that there is a backup in discharging patients. Doctors don't want to send people who are still recovering to homes with no electricity. And because space is so limited inside, ambulances have been waiting hours to drop off new patients. The lieutenant governor said that even a police officer who had been shot had difficulty getting a room. To ease the bottleneck, officials have deployed additional ambulances and have set up 250 beds inside a Houston arena. Energy provider CenterPoint is aiming to restore power to another 750,000 customers by Sunday night, which would still leave hundreds of thousands in the dark.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight.
All right, quickly before we get back to the calls, throwing more good money after bad. Right on the heels of the wrapping up the NATO. The former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, Europe, and retired Army General Wesley Clark said, "We haven't given Ukraine enough. We have not given Ukraine enough aid to make Vladimir Putin pause." his attack on the neighboring country. The question is, he said, what's it going to take to stop Putin from continuing to bomb children's hospitals and so forth? I guess he was being interviewed by a Greta Van Susteren. Now, so when we say that we're a friend in Ukraine, we'll be there as long as it takes and so forth, that's good, but we haven't given enough. We haven't been strong enough to convince Mr. Putin that he won't win if he just keeps on keeping on, and that's the problem. Let's see. When asked what it's going to take to make Putin rethink waging war, Clark stressed the need for the U.S. to balance. We don't want to start World War III with Putin. But on the other hand, I think you have to give military assistance sufficient to Ukraine to push Putin back and convince him he can't win. And we've pretty penny stacked that assistance. We've wiggled and worried and doodled and thought about it. And half the stuff that's been promised by allies doesn't get there. And some of the stuff that we've sent hasn't been quite as operational as we thought it was. We've just cut it too slow. You cannot succeed like that. I guess retired General Wesley Clark says I guess we should just unload everything we've got in our stockpile. Let's give it to Zelensky, right? That's the mentality we're dealing with. All the billions we've given. We've been penny wise. My. All right, we lost Eagle earlier. He was in a bad zone there. Let's try to let you finish up there, Eagle. What else you got this morning?
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what happened. I was driving, but I thought you'd get me back on a little quicker. But anyway, yeah, Steve. Okay, let's go back to Houston again. During your break. Can you hear me good right now? Is it better now?
Yes, you are good. Yes.
Yeah, okay, let me roll the window up in my truck. Air coming in. Okay. Yeah, like I said, Steve, during your break, they're talking about in Houston. Maybe you checked it out during the time you had me on hold. They're saying that the electrical company is having a dispute with the workers, the electrical people that came from different states on the amount of pay they're supposed to get. And some of the people that I've seen said that some of these people are not working to try to get the lights on, and the people are getting frustrated because it's been 4 days now, and now they're trying to talk bad about Greg Abbott, Steve. Greg Abbott is not even in Texas right now. He's supposed to be overseas or something. But they're talking. A lot of people are disappointed in the response of Joe Biden. He hasn't declared it a state of emergency to try to get FEMA and some other people down to Houston to help these people. So people in Houston are real mad. And for what I'm understanding, Steve, I don't know. Like I say, I haven't been to Houston since this incident, but some people, truck drivers, are telling me, and they were saying on the video that there's no fuel at the truck stops, and the truck stops don't have no light. So I don't know if that's true or not, but anybody going to Houston, you might want to get some diesel fuel before you get there. I'm hearing rumors that there might not be no the truck stop ain't got no power. What'd you say?
Yeah, they say for the stations that do have power, people are waiting in line for hours to try and get fuel, and many of these stations don't have power.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't know if that includes the truck stops or not. Normally truck stops, they try to get them things open up before they open up, get the houses and stuff on. So they might, some of the truck stops in Houston might have power up maybe, but that's something to look out for. But people real just frustrated with the response of the electrical. But like I said, they doing the best they can, with what they got. So hopefully they can get this power restored before, things get out of control. Now, I want to say something, Steve, about the deal with Donald Trump and his response. Donald Trump is playing this deal the right way, Steve. He's not interjecting like they said. Let the Democrats destroy themselves. Let these guys continue infighting, trying to figure out what they're going. It's probably going to be even worse tomorrow, Steve. That the Democrats, they're going to be raising hell after what Biden did today. There's going to be more people saying that we want to get out. You know, it's almost like a sinking ship, Steve. You know, you like go on these cruises. Joe Biden is like a sinking ship right now, and all the rats. That's why they're going to call them the Demo rats. All the rats are jumping off board, Steve, before that ship go down. They getting off board. They trying to get off because they know the USS Joe Biden is getting ready to go down and sink to the bottom and never be seen again, and that's a good thing. But like I said, Joe Biden, like I said, he needs to go ahead and finally admit, Steve, he should have handed the job over to Kamala. Like I said, I don't like Kamala. You know, I don't like nothing about her, but she was appointed the vice president. And if Joe Biden if anything was to happen to him or he couldn't get the job done, he clearly not getting the job done. So, like I said, Kamala, she's a better person than me. She keeping her mouth closed. Most people would have been raising hell by now. I would have been, if I was by, I would say, hey, I know damn well I can do better than what Joe Biden is doing. You know, you need to give me the damn job. You know, they keep talking about bringing in Michelle Obama, Hillary, and all these other people. If I was, you know, because I'm an outspoken person anyway, I'd be damned if I'm gonna let somebody jump in line ahead of me if I was Kamala. But that's they've been, like I said, I don't concern myself with the Democrats like Donald Trump. He's doing the smart thing, doing his thing, and letting Joe Biden and the Democrats sink to the bottom of the ocean, Steve. And by the way, Steve, you know that guy, what's his loser's name? The guy who called in earlier, but whatever his name is, the Democrat supporter. That just goes to show, Steve, even after the night, you would have thought that everybody that was seeing Joe Biden, even the Democrats, would say to themselves, man, I can't do this no more. This guy calls in tonight and still bad-mouthing Donald Trump, saying that Donald Trump is the bad guy, Donald Trump is the Hitler and this and that. And by the way, Steve, when it comes to Whoopi Goldberg and these other people on The View, these people, man, that show should have been discontinued a long time ago. Whoopi Goldberg, man, I wish there was some way they could get her out of the U.S. and take her to an island and she never be seen again. She says she hates the USA so much. She hates this, she hates that, but she continues to live here. I've gone over this with you before about people that complain about the U.S. If you don't like living here, my man, please make your way out of the country. Get you an airplane, get you a ship, train, whatever you got, a transportation you got to get, and get the hell out of the USA and go somewhere else to live. I'm sure they'll enjoy your comfort. I'm sure Vladimir Putin or the man over there in North Korea would love to have you come live over there, Whoopi Goldberg, since you hate the U.S. so much. Try living over there for a couple of years, and it should be begging to get back to the U.S. That's the only thing I got to say to a loser like that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Have a good weekend. Be safe out there. And, yeah, for the folks in Houston, I was looking at some of the headlines. I did see it says all the Kroger locations in the Houston area are back open and fuel is available, readily available. It does say the grades may vary by location. Bloomberg, that this past day, no shops, no gas, large swaths of Houston still in the dark. According to Power Outage US, still over 1 million. It's down to, what was it, 1,020,000, I believe it was, but they did get several 100,000 restored this past day. But, more than 1 million homes still face another day without air conditioning. About 500,000 will be in the dark into next week, they're now saying, as the city's main utility rebuilds parts of the system that were damaged by the storm. One local that moved to the city just 3 months ago said she and her father had to leave the apartment they shared after it was flooded, finding refuge at the YMCA that's been transformed into a cooling center. There are no restaurants open. All the shops are closed. Everybody's struggling. I'm pretty much new here. This is my first experience of a storm in Houston. All right. It's a humbling feeling for a city that markets itself as the energy capital of the world. The majority of the problems are concentrated in Houston, CenterPoint accounting for more than 80% of those outages. They said they expect to have another 400,000 customers restored by the end of the day Friday, and another 350,000 restored by the end of the day Sunday. So if those are accurate forecast, they'd still have about 250,000 out as we start next week. That means nearly a week after the storm. Up to 500,000 will still be under blackouts. The CenterPoint representative said Beryl was clearly unpredictable. Houston was to the right of the eye wall, which meant they were pummeled by the most destructive winds. We have to rebuild large spans of infrastructure with poles snapped in half, lying on the ground. There's going to be small pockets throughout the 5,000 square miles of our service territory that have some rather prolonged outages. We will start providing those customers facing extended outages with estimates for restoration times. That was supposed to be as of this past afternoon. Latest on the blackouts. Houston, tough times there, right? Sweltering in the heat. Gilligan, what's on your mind this Friday?
Thanks, Steve, for taking my call. Hey, I want everybody to know, yes, this is Casual Friday. I want to also to know I'm not wearing my Speedo nor my mankini this morning. I am wearing my boots, my socks, and my hat, but nothing else.
Oh, boy.
I am not wearing my mankini. Yeah, I'll tell you what. The Sun Dunce is proven once again that he doesn't have a clue. That's nothing new. I mean, as Jolly said, I make a pretty good living at what I do. And, Carl, your deal with the $400,000 home, that might be the median price. And Steve, you read a story around $400,000. But you don't have to live right in town or right at the edge of town. I mean, homes in my area are $200,000, $250,000. We're talking a nice home with some acreage to it. I'm 20 minutes from the city of Winchester. That's all the further I got to travel. No, you're not going to get a house in town for $200,000. You're probably not even going to get a condo, even a small city like Winchester. I know that the larger cities, the more expensive it gets. Check out Loudoun County, Virginia. If I'm not mistaken, the last I heard that the average price for a home in that county is over $1 million. And it comes down to the three biggest words in real estate. Most of us have heard this. What are they? Location, location, location.
Yep.
Yes. That's what makes home values, real estate, valuable or not as valuable. I mean, you get a house up on a mountain somewhere out in the middle of nowhere where you got to drive an hour or two just to get to a store. Yeah, it's going to be cheap as dirt, but it's going to be extremely inconvenient. Real estate is very screwy. He's right about the 6 and 7% interest rates. I mean, interest rates are through the roof. It's fluctuated. The interest rate on my home, it started off at 4%. I bought it at the end of the Obama administration. I refinanced it late in Trump's administration. It got my interest rate below 3%. Now if I tried to refinance it with good credit, it would be probably over 6% interest. It's crazy. Now Grump. Well, that's a compliment to even Grump. Grump brought up how they send us selling those F-16s. I think it was the F-16s or F-17s. Not sure. To Ukraine, but they could not use them to attack Russia other than defense against Russian troops on Ukrainian soil or something to that effect. I knew it was not, they couldn't go into Russian territory. right here has been the biggest problem with how we have fought wars, every war since World War II. Look at Korea. MacArthur had the North Koreans and the Chinese backed up, had their backs against the wall. Harry S. Truman, which was one of the better Democrats, and not my lifetime, but I'm not that old, last 80, 90, 100 years or so, I'd put him second only to Kennedy, told him to drop below the 38th parallel. I mean, they tried to fight the Korean War. Well, they say it was a police action, but yes, it was a war, because a lot of good men and women died in that war, and it started there. And of course, we all know what happened in Vietnam, limited engagements. Your own son served in Iraq, and people served in Afghanistan. Well, you had rules of engagement. I mean, we've fought wars with one hand tied behind our back for decades. We fight not to win the war, but fight not to win, not to lose the war. I mean, when are we going to learn that you can't fight a war like that? It's just, I don't get it. I never will, because I've known a lot of people that served, like your son, and I've had friends that served in Vietnam. Actually, years ago, I worked with a man that served in Korea, and unfortunately, he had PTSD from Korea. He'd get really shook up with loud noises. I've known Vietnam vets like that and such. It's a sad state of affairs. Well, on a lighter note, I think this needs to be said. Remember, everybody, that the inbred redneck is running for president. Keep those campaign contributions coming in, GMA, BNS Enterprises. We've got these sky high administrative costs we need to get covered. And vote for the inbred redneck. Remember his campaign promise: a moonshine jug in every cupboard and a freezer full of deer meat. That's venison to you sophisticated types. I hope everybody has a fun and nice weekend and have a safe ride. Everybody take care. Good night, Steve. Thank you.
All right, enjoy your weekend there, Gilligan. All right, down the home stretch, Casual Friday. Hello, Scarecrow.
Oh, man, Steve, I'm trying to wrap my head around the notion of listening to Monkey Gouger's news presentation 2 times per hour.
Yes.
Or is it just, Steve, I got a full weekend lined up. See, I'm going to get home. I'm going to get out another shipment of Blatz ASAP and get that down to the Maria Del Rey there. That swill that he's been consuming the week and a half that he's off, every other week like that, it's totally screwing his thought process up there. We gotta provide some proper medication for that lad. So yeah. There's a rest of the story from yesterday, Steve. You remember beginning of the program, I was very intrigued by a listener that I don't think I'd heard before. He went by Buzzard Lips.
Buzzard Lips,
and
yes.
I thought, man, and I thought, man, someone with a handle like that, there's got to be a story that goes with that, how that was gained. Well, the program came and went, and towards the end of the program, he had a couple more text messages. Well, here comes a message that I haven't communicated with the fellow for a while, but he's in my contacts. And Steve, it was Buzzard Lips. And there's a story to be had, although he doesn't know the truth of the story here. I'm not going to say who it was, but I think you probably know. You will know, once we let you know. And Buzzard Lips, if you are listening, if you don't want your name mentioned, to Steve, you let me know in the next 2 minutes here. Otherwise, I'll send him a personal text there. But either way, yeah, we got that straightened out there anyway, Steve. We'll skip along to it's a little more serious, even though it's casual here. I was catching the Megyn Kelly program yesterday, and I don't remember who her guest was. They were talking naturally politics. Now, did you know that the White House / our First Lady has her own music to announce her entry into the room?
Really?
It's the most sorry sounding third world type instrumental horn music you've ever imagined. Now, it is claimed that the Marine Corps band approached the Bidens with the idea of this tune, but I would speculate it's the other way around, and whether a search would bring it up for you there or not, but it's just the saddest sounding thing you've ever heard. Now, the Ukraine. See, they were going down on the Megyn Kelly program, talking about all this aid that's going over there. They're describing this administration over there that sounds more like a third world country, more like Venezuela or such, and that if there's any political competition, so to speak, or from another party, they meet their demise, or it's far from the safe country that Biden is describing it as. So the thought that our continuing dumping money into that regime, I think we better really, really rethink this on both sides of both parties and such. It's and then one last thing here, and this actually I think came up on Bongino a couple of days back. The biggest thing about this election, the left couldn't care less who's in the White House, in the Oval Office, Democrat-wise, as long as it's a Dem that can be controlled by the puppet masters, and that there's more concerned about these individuals holding, control of the Senate and the House, and the fear that a Trump significant turnout. Well, we could gain control of both houses and the Oval Office. So that's a bigger concern of theirs than anything is losing control of the Senate and the House of Representatives. So they're literally willing to do anything to hold that
in absolute panic mode. Well, hey, we'll find out Monday, or by Monday, I suppose. What do you want to wager? Will Biden be on the ticket? I'm voting no, but hey, have a great weekend. We got to roll. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I